Oh, well. And we have challenges with our infrastructure. And I forgot my colleague. I'll save you guys for last, the best for last. Our infrastructure, also, when it comes to our infrastructure, we know the topography here in the Virgin Islands, especially St. Thomas, St. John, is really, really difficult to build and expensive. So we have to be creative with how we move in terms of our infrastructure, and also in partnership with DPNR, find creative ways and other legislation to address many issues when it comes to building. I must say they're one of the most impactful partners we have. They have the same vision, they have the same purpose, and we have met many times in terms of seeing how we can, go forth in terms of that landscape, and we'll have, there'll be in many discussions here this morning. Also, when it comes to financing, that's one of the biggest parts, access to financing, access to the funds to assist yourself, and also access when it comes to VIHFA and other agencies to assist you with gap financing, etc. We're going to have those discussions today. Workforce, in terms of training and development for our young men, women, and contractors. We're going to have also many of the distributors doing training and education this morning. Disaster resilient homes. I'm excited about some of the presenters that you're going to hear about. I'm very excited. We're talking about futuristic technologies and techniques in terms of home ownership, and also this was saying quite mostly because there's a lot of individuals with land rich, cash poor, and we're going to try to bridge that gap also. Okay, so I'm not going to talk too much. I just want to say, finally, to my colleagues, many who are still in Chinquoy, they'll be there tomorrow, but two that are here right now, Senator Joseph and Senator Boquez, thank you for being on a mission with me. We know about 3 terms ago we started talking about this summit and how we're going to do it. And thanks for the encouragement and always being here to support me and the mission, because we are housing. Okay, but without any further ado, though, I'm going to let Ms. Chenery speak to the sponsors and also have, I'm going to let you do the whole list and also introduce the panel. But before I even do that, NT and Nicole Tyson Media. She have had me on the TV, Facebook, Instagram, every place. Nicole, you did your thing. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Ishani.
All right, guys. Before we go any further, we definitely want to thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, the event would not be possible. So we want to say thank you first and foremost to Vitar, and specifically and especially to Miss Jamila Harris, who was a visionary and understood the goal that Senator Blyden had in mind to bring the summit to life, and she worked tirelessly to assist in getting grant funding. So thank you so much.
Before you get any further, I must say, see the way I'd like to start thanking people. Jamila, honestly, Jamila, stand up. You see this young lady here? About 4 years ago, while I was in the Octavian Grant, she said, "Yes, Senator Blyden." I said, "Yes." And we started talking, man. The vibe just clicked one time. And I told her what I was trying to do over the years, how difficult it was. She said, "Senator, I can assist you with that because we've been trying to do the same thing, and there's grants available and this and that." And we spoke for about an hour right on the spot. And from there, that was it. We just moved forward, and she went above and beyond. She's too passionate. Thank you so much for everything. For real. Thank you.
We also want to thank IBTS, a huge sponsor. This is Michael Galante from IBTS. There will be a session later. Thank you so much, Michael. Oh, I'm going to give them a second to, yes. We'll let them give a little bit. We want to thank Caribbean ICF Solutions out of Puerto Rico. This is Fernando. Thank you for your support and understanding and research. We also want to thank CRM Residential, Jackson Development, DPNR. Commissioner Oriol is championing for change, and he is a huge supporter of the summit. Thank you so much. We also want to thank AARP for coming in. They're going to have a session later as well. Estate Shield, he is upstairs talking about planning for your future. Big supporter as well. The Department of Tourism, VIHFA, they are here to talk with us as well today. Very much always assisting us with our housing needs, emergency assistance, different things. They are a huge supporter of figuring out housing in the territory. VIHA, Back It Ups, they're outside with the battery backup. I'm sure everybody's ready for that session. Cat 5 Builders, they're definitely a supporter, and they're based in St. Croix with innovative building materials as well, manufactured in St. Croix. With prefab homes and whatnot. It's very cool. AC Development. He's going to have a session today regarding 340 North. Oh, yes. 3 young men. 340 North and some home kits to make building easier. He's in the back. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. And World Home Island. We have Charles here from World Home Island. Their presentation is going to be dynamic, guys. Do not miss it. And VI Lottery is also a supporter of the event. We had a lot of great sponsors this year. We just really want to say thank you so much. Thank you for reaching out, even when we didn't know that you would want to support or that we should reach out to you. Thank you for reaching out to us to support the event. And we also have Bayou Homes. She's going to introduce herself. There are homes being built right now here in St. John using their products as well. Lots of innovations today. I'm going to give each person here an opportunity to introduce themselves, say where they're from, and you can even say where you've traveled from to be here, because it's so important. Let's pass the mic from... Oh, okay, there we go. We'll go this way. From Commissioner Oriol. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriol. Sorry, nobody can see me. This light is really bright. So, again, good morning, everyone. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriol. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, better known to most as JP. I pretty much have the easiest job out of everybody because I don't have to sell anybody on the new innovations and technologies here, but what we're here to do is confirm that they do work, that they are appropriate for our territory, and they are viable options for everyone. So good morning, and thank you all for being here today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Edmiston, President and Founder of World Homes. We came here from Miami. Actually, I grew up in Colorado, but we've been looking at solutions that help everybody, not only the islanders, but also America, how we get affordable housing and get to prices that everybody can afford at a volume level. So we were really concentrating on getting not to just a few hundred or thousand. Our goal in the next 10 years is build 1 million homes and start pushing prices down where everybody can afford them. But as you go to our symposium later on, we'll discuss more of the technologies, but it's a tilt-up concrete construction home that lasts 200 years. So that's my introduction.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Fernando Martinez. I am the principal and owner of Caribbean ICF Solutions. We bring the technology of the insulated concrete forms. It's a great technology that will help you in affordability, in energy efficiency. We're going to be talking a lot about that. And we're very honored to be helping the USBI in this effort.
Hi, my name is Ella Adams. I'm Operations Director at Balhu Homes. I've come here from the UK to show you and talk about our product, which is precision engineered steel prefabricated homes, kit homes, which is a lot easier for you to picture, but very far from what you might actually know and understand. We focus on cutting time back on construction, getting it quick through avoiding hurricane season, and recyclability and all the important factors that we need for innovative building here on the islands.
Before I give the mic back to Ms. Genevieve, I also want to thank, I'll let you do that, but I also want to thank 10 and 12 for being a sponsor. They actually called us and saw last year footage and like, you know what, we need to be part of this because it's all about all of us. So I really want to thank them publicly and also our media, Legit TV, Chantel, big up every time. Omari, very well, very good job in respect to the footage you did to get the word out. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Love always.
Thank you. Good morning, Michael Galanti, Senior Director of Business Development for IBTS. We came here from the DC area for this event. We've been working with JP Oriel's team at the DPNR. Our claim to fame in the Virgin Islands is that we were a small part of the Arthur Richards School that just opened up. So congratulations to you guys. It's a very magnificent project, and we were fortunate to have a small piece of that. Our role is quality assurance and inspection work as construction is going on to make sure that when you walk into the building, you know that it's a safe place to be. You don't even have to think about it. So small part, but a pretty important part. And we're super excited to be part of this panel. Thank you very much.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for being here. And if it's one thing I want to point out is I work at Banco Popular. My name is Rosalind Webster. I'm the VP and manager for mortgages. And you need to know, without Banco Popular, none of this is possible. Okay? All right. Banco Popular has been here for forever. Yes, I agree. We do offer land loans. We offer construction loans. We offer purchase for conventional loans. And, I've been doing this. No, I'm not going to tell you that. But we've been around. So when you're ready, we are here to answer any of your questions. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, we started a little late, so we're just going to get right into the swing of things and get the panel started. So, Roslyn, as you are financing extraordinaire, if I am a Virgin Islander sitting in the audience and I own a piece of land, what is the first thing I should know before I come to the bank?
Okay, so homeownership begins way before you put in that mortgage application. If you're even dreaming of a home, the first thing you need to do is to start preparing yourself for that. You need to start looking at your credit and managing it. And I'm not even going to go into credit because that's a whole different session. So I assume that you all know, get your free annual report each year. You know how to look at Credit Karma on a weekly basis. You look at, what's affecting it and what you can change. So before you even begin to think about putting in that application, know what your credit score is. That's minimum is 620, in case anyone was curious. Start savings. Look at your savings because there's always going to be a cost to doing a mortgage loan. There's closing costs. There are unexpected stuff that may come up. Once the loan has closed, of course, you may have infrastructure issues. There's a lot of things that you will need to rely on your savings for. So, take all those things into consideration. Of course, reduce your debt if you can do so. Do not co-sign for anyone because it affects you. Okay? So those are the things that I would like to point out first and foremost as to what you should pay attention to 6 to 12 months prior to submitting an application.
Thank you. And a follow-up question.
Of course.
And when you hear innovative construction, what does a bank need to see before it can finance it?
Ooh, innovative construction.
Yes.
Okay. So before I get to that, I should state that, when we see clients come in, a lot of them the younger generation specifically, they come in with a lot of big dreams, so they want the homes that they grew up in. They don't understand how, our parents and ourselves did what we did, to get them that home. So they come in with dreams of these grand mansions that they soon realize is not reality, because it's as far as your pocket can really build. So having these innovations, innovative ways of constructing is very enlightening and intriguing to me as a banker, because if we can reduce the cost of building, we can get your family, yourselves, your children, your grandchildren, the homes that they need. But please keep in mind that, there's always a starting point, okay? We want our forever homes, but the first home does not have to be your forever home, okay? So start small. Look at how you can use that as a stepping stone, and then you move forward into your forever home. But innovatively, I commend everyone and Senator Blyden for bringing this up, and Jamila Hayes, because it is a vital need for conversations when you think about being innovative. So
Thank you.
I commend that.
And let's pass the mic to Commissioner Oriol in the hot seat. If you can give me a quick answer of what comes to mind if we want to build more homes in the Virgin Islands over the next 5 years, what is the one thing you would change?
Thank you for the question, Ashani. I think that the first thing, if we want to build more homes, is we have to address the issue of density and clustering development. I think that we right now, the way that we all grew up, most of us, is single family home on a plot. Maybe you have enough room to have 2 family homes on there, whether that's a home with an apartment downstairs or maybe a small detached area. But what we now have to look at based on the cost of construction is being able to cluster development. And if the lot will allow it, you can put maybe a 3rd home on there. Mm-hmm. So if you have an acre, I know that it has been tossed around for the last few years. If we have a full acre, maybe we can get up to 4 units. I think that people start to cringe at a little bit at that, just because that's a lot of density. But what we have seen over the years, as a matter of fact, the last 12 years, is every time we have issued legislatively the amnesty bill or the infill, what we have done is seemingly increase density on a lot. The first iteration did not go great because we didn't put specific parameters on there, but once we were able to make sure or ensure that you have to meet your septic capacity and your parking requirement on your lot, not to be parking all over the street so that the zoning office gets a call every day. I think that once we started to correct those, we saw that we could, in fact, increase density on our existing lot sizes and be able to assist with additional homes, rental units. And so I think that the first thing we would have to look at is density to be able to increase the amount of homes out there.
Thank you. It's really great that you mentioned that. We will have a session on that in St. Croix in detail with Commissioner Oriol and Senator Blyden, talking about some changes that we hope to bring about. All right, and so Mr. Galante, you have the hot seat now.
Thank you, sir.
How does building to code and having proper quality assurance actually save homeowners and developers money and time?
Thank you. So it's actually a relatively easy question, but I want to sort of address, JP, your comment about the acre and the 4 houses. I grew up in New York, and And not in New York City, outside New York City, but I grew up on a 1/4 acre lot that my family still owns, my younger brother there. And so density is certainly something to be considering. I don't know enough about the islands and what the construction capacity is for each of the pieces of land. But moving forward to the question about quality, you also mentioned that the septic system has to be able to, you can put 4 homes on a lot, but the waste has to go somewhere, right? So it has to be built to the codes, or else all you're doing is cluttering up a piece of property and creating more confusion. So that's the septic system. You can go into the rest of the building. What you all probably don't know, every light fixture in this building has been rated by a third-party authority. So we know, just sitting here, that the light fixtures are safe to be under. Not the camera lights, those are mobile. So when we talk about quality, every component that goes into a building, whether it be a home or this size structure, needs to be rated and inspected prior to being put in place. And then, as it's being put in place, needs to be inspected so that we all can sit here in comfort knowing that the electrical system, the plumbing, the kitchen that we all got coffee out of, it's a safe place to go. So codes are established to things that you don't see, the products that these folks are going to be presenting. It's a different method than probably what has been used here in the Virgin Islands, but they're also different in New York, where I'm from, and in Virginia. So innovative technology, innovative processes in today's world is the way to is one of the ways to reduce the cost of construction. However, we don't want to create products and install products that are not safe. Your contractor needs to follow rules, and sometimes those rules take things to be a little bit longer. You know, it doesn't happen as fast as everybody wants, and sometimes it costs a few more dollars. But I could say this, coming from a contracting family, I would rather do it once than have to take it down and do it a second time. Awesome. So when I'm asking a contractor to do work for us at my home, I expect them to do it to the code. Although I'm in the business, I know to ask those questions. So I don't know if I answered your complete
that was great.
question.
Yes.
So,
do it right the first time.
yeah.
All right, so let's move on over to Ella and Bayou. What problem does your building system solve that traditional construction doesn't solve as efficiently?
Okay, so I feel like I mentioned it briefly when I introduced Bauhu, but I think the most prominent one is and would be the speed of building within, the time frame that you can, avoiding hurricane season. There's a lot that happens leaving a shell out there that's not been fully built out in the middle of hurricane season. That's a big part. What we do at Bauhu is we try and get that done completely out of hurricane season, because what we can do is we work in parallel. So whilst you're designing the house, getting everything that you want out of the home, we're working to get all of the permits, work with you for you to get all of the permits, for you to work with your architect, with our architects, with the Department of Planning and National Resources to make sure that your house is permittable. And then once all of that happens, we're already manufacturing to make sure that your house can be delivered in a space of time where you can build the house on the island and completely avoid hurricane season and not have any of those other issues. So I feel like that might be the first one.
Yeah.
And then also, obviously, reducing cost of concrete. It's a steel frame, galvanized steel frame, which is what we do at Bauhu, which I'll explain more later in our session. We're reducing the amount of concrete being involved, and that reduces time as well as cost. So.
Thank you. And Fernando, Caribbean ICF Solutions. We've had lots of discussions over the past few years. And we spoke a little bit about some recent revelations that you've had with customers. Can you talk about what you would say to homeowners or potential homeowners, landowners, anyone that wants to go into building something new, getting something started here in the Virgin Islands? What would be your lessons for them prior to doing things before getting to the architectural stage or to the product stage of what they have designed to build? What would you tell them, or what would be the path that you've realized they should go to be more successful in actually building here?
Okay. Well, thank you for the question. That's a very important question. We have been working since last year very actively with this market, with all the islands. One of the things we learned is that everybody wants their dream home. It's like the lady from the bank was saying, they want to have a very big house, and then they go to the designer. This is my dream home. The designer does the design. Then you go to DPNR, get it approved. By the time you get to the contractor say, well, you have a house that's going to cost you $1.5 million. Oh my God, I have $500,000. But that was the first thing we needed to do, check the budget. So what I'm doing right now, what we're doing, is the first thing we're doing an affordability check. Okay, what is your budget? Well, I have $300,000. Okay, you have a 5,000 square feet home. That's gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. So those are the first things. And then once you go to the bank, forget it. It's a total surprise. And I have been asking the designers. Okay, let me ask you a very simple question. Out of 10 designs, how many designs have you seen realized? Oh my God, Fernando, 1 or 2. I said, what? So you're not doing 100% construction on what you design? So that is the disconnect. There's a big disconnect between the designers, the owners, the contractors, and by the time you go through down the chain, you don't have affordability. To answer the question, the first thing I would ask everybody to do is check your budget, and then you have to adjust your footprint of the house according to that budget. If you have $300,000, you cannot do a 5,000 square feet home. But you can do 1,000, maybe 1,800 square feet. 800 square feet is a lot, believe it or not. I have a guy in Puerto Rico doing a house of 300. I was like, I mean, you have enough space? Or I'm a very minimal guy. I was like, well, that's very, very minimum, no? But you know, everybody can find their own need, but you could do a lot of things. You have to be very efficient with the spacing. That's very important. So I would say check your budget before you start spending money. Let's do the affordability check. And if you're doing it with us or with anybody, any choices that we have, which are all good, do that check first, and then you decide what you want to do and how you want to do it.
Thank you, Fernando. Charles.
Yes.
You're up. So I want to ask you specifically about research and innovations. I know a bit about your company. I'm very intrigued, by the way, and your processes. And Senator Blyden visited the site with you guys and saw everything that you're doing, and it's really dynamic. So I want to talk about how you have created something that can last 200 years, you say? Can you speak a bit to how innovative construction can be just as strong, even if it's modular, as traditional, based on your experience and research?
Sure. To get where we are today with our product is 14 years of research. Our background is actually large-scale manufacturing. I come from the high-tech area. I worked with Seagate Technology, which is a hard disk drive company. They used to build all the hard drives inside of all of our computers. When I was there, I lived in Singapore, setting up factories, working on the products. We're building 500 million units a year with 2% failure rate. And when you look at construction and building quality and the technology that goes into housing, we traditionally have used pretty much the same technologies for over 100 years. There's minor technology improvements, but when I looked at this, I looked at could we use new materials, which everybody's doing new materials, that's important. Can we create processes and quality control mechanisms so when we build the house it's more accurate, and in that accuracy you create sustainability and resilience in the home itself. But then you also have to use new materials that are designed to last long periods of time. As an example, in our concrete we're adding a new mixture of graphene. And in graphene, we're increasing the strength, reducing the weight, and we're reducing the permeability of it. Our concrete is only 2% permeable, so it doesn't absorb water, which is a very dangerous part of concrete's life cycle. We're also able to remove rebar, and rebar is a side effect of destruction because rebar is actually a battery in your concrete that's slowly eroding the structure. We do need it to support the buildings with previous concrete. But if we're going to do things better, we have to bring more science and material science into it. And that's really what we've done, is focused on how to bring this material science that's been used for military, infrastructure, large-scale construction for high-rises. We haven't brought any of that really into residential in our view. So we're applying these technologies so we can build a home that's basically bunker, but it's still beautiful. Because that's the other side of it. You can build affordable, but it's usually not beautiful. And we want to have people come home and have pride in their home. So when they have this home that's not just for now, but generationally passed on, we need a structure that everybody has, that they can not only have the strength of the structure there for category 5 or maybe beyond. I mean, there's always these category 6 numbers throwing around now. But we also want to create an opening. I think one other opportunity is if we're building a structure that lasts long, it also has to be able to be extended for additional space. So our building is designed to also extend. So if you have a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom now, 10 years from now, if your family's growing, you can drop in another module and now you have a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom. We haven't done that. We do that in everything else in our life. You want a computer, you want to add on screens or speakers. You can adapt it and expand it. We've never really done that in the housing industry. So that's one advantage that we think we are bringing, is not only the material technology, but the design that's expandable. So hope that answers your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you. Senator Blind, did you have any?
I must say that, to be honest with you, all of these companies have great products to offer. You have choices, and I would not miss the sessions. The sessions are important. They can go into detail. You can ask all the questions you want in the sessions. So we're going to have breakout sessions to assist you in your choice. And that's what it's all about. So that's why they're here, to answer questions and do demonstrations, etc. So it's very important that you stick around and get the information and be educated, because once you do that, when you leave here today, I want you to leave with a roadmap, a plan to move forward in attaining your dream home. Senator, back to you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And now to the audience. You've heard.
Sorry. Before I continue, I saw, which is important to me also because it's good to recognize individuals. I saw Ms. Chanel Francis. She demonstrated last year with the tiny homes. And I also saw Mr. Woodall Hodge, 2 young individuals, Virgin Islanders, who themselves are also trying to get a home. So it's important. I'm happy to see them here, to be informed and educated. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Okay, and to the audience, you've heard us talk about the systems. Now we can talk about your situations and any questions you may have. Are there any questions from anyone in the audience to the folks here in particular before we move into the breakout sessions? Or are you just ready to see what's going on and get details? Okay, we've got 3 questions. Okay, so I saw your hand first.
For Commissioner Oriol, are there any requirements for trades to be certified or approved by DP&R, and do we have a list of those trades? Like, just trying to find an architect, for instance, is a real challenge.
So thanks for the question, Austin. So here locally, yes. So when you submit your plans to the department, they must be stamped by a locally licensed architect, draftsman, engineer here in order to be accepted by the department. We will not process the application without that. So all the plans, particularly your electrical, and then on top of that, now I think it was 2 years ago, it was about 2 years ago, DLCA reinstated the contractor's licensing requirement here in the territory. And so they've been very, very active in terms of keeping us informed as to who is properly licensed, who isn't. They work very closely with the AIA here and the Board of Contractors. So we double check all of these things. If there's a question or a license has been suspended, we definitely reach out to DLCA to see if we should be accepting at that point. So I think, yes, there is a list. I know DLCA has the list of all the licensed individuals in the trades.
Good morning, everyone. To Commissioner DPNR. Question: you mentioned about density and cluster, and you said in an acre of property you can have 4 units. Is it individual homes or a structure like a step? That you can give us some ideas on that.
Sure. So right now what the code says is that for every half acre in an R1 density, you're allowed 2 units, right? And so, but we also have all of the other zoning requirements. 10-foot front, 15-foot front yard setback, 10-yard side yard setback, 10-yard. So your lot starts to get a little bit more boxed in, right? And so the idea is, if we're going to allow more density, then we have to be a little bit flexible with how we do that. But the idea is still, because right now, your principal structure cannot occupy more than 30% of your lot. 30%? Look at that, I'm still on there. So again, as we look at clustering and allowing more, the idea is that you will increase the density in one particular area, but you're not sacrificing green space. We don't want runoff problems all over the place, those types of things across the territory, particularly with our slopes, right? The reason why the infill works is because, again, we are building our cisterns. We have all these columns, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and that area is functionally usable, but we have to ensure that it in the past it wasn't being used because you had your density requirements. So I think here one of the unique things about building in the Virgin Islands is at least St. Thomas and St. John, the first thing we do is go down, right? And that's to get to the cistern. And then you start to go up. And so time and time again, we get questions about, well, if I fill in the bottom, does that count as a story? Because I'm still at the lot line, at the road level, I'm still only 2 stories. So, but understand, when we start to increase density beyond 3, I want to make sure everybody understands. Now, you're looking at height, right? So we can't have everybody, the neighbor calling like, this man gonna block my view. Like, I can't have that every day. It's gonna be something where if we say we're going to allow an increase in density, that is going to increase the heights of certain structures. And so that's going to also be a change from what we're normally used to in the single family setting.
Then we have time for one more question. Two more, is that right?
Commissioner, you mentioned 3 houses with this density. If a lot is 0.79 of an acre, will that qualify for 3 houses?
So again, right now, no. It's if it's one lot, 0.79, and if it's in an R1 zone, right, it's 2 units because you're over the half acre. Because it's 2 units per half acre, and we don't round up. But if we were to become more flexible on the density, and say, what's the group dwelling? If we're going to now take the group dwelling standard and apply that to our normal, now, if you were to have a 0.79 acre lot, you technically could break it up into a half acre and then 1.29, and so you'd get 3 dwellings. I don't want you to break that up, right? Because what I want you to do is, if you're going to get 3 units, I want you to build those 3 units within a certain footprint and then not damage the rest of the landscape around. And so that's where we say that we have to look at the flexibility of the density so that we could now say, okay, we're going to give you your 3 units, but it's still within the same footprint, not crossing lot lines, no setbacks, or reduced amount of setbacks so that we keep the green space in as much as possible.
Is there a time frame involved with this density?
So it right now, DPNR is looking at an overhaul of the entire table of permitted uses. It's something that we've been working on. We first submitted it to the legislature in 2014, but they have asked us to do some touch-ups, and we decided to hold back until we got the comprehensive land and water use plan approved. So now that was approved, and again, thank you, 35th legislature, for that. And so now we are actively working on the revision. And then again, there are some more specific things related to density that we're taking a look at right now as well. So I think that definitely within the calendar year 27, the discussion is going to be up more in terms of public forum for us to be having those discussions and seeing where the community would like to go. But I can say that one of the takeaways from the comprehensive land and water use plan town halls was an agreement that we should be allowing more density on the lots that can support it. And so that would be your slightly larger half acre to 1 acre. We really don't want to mess with the 10,000 square foot lots in the R2 zoning district right now.
Okay, we have just one more question because we need to get the session started quickly.
So, sorry, I'm not a panelist, but just to answer the gentleman's question, my name is Jeffrey Busholta. I'm on the board of architects, engineers, and land surveyors. The easiest way to find out if your design professional is licensed is to go to the DLCA website. There's a button on there that has business license search, and you can search by profession, whether it's an engineer or architect, land surveyor. It's very important to work with licensed and registered design professionals from the beginning. A lot of times people go online and they purchase home plans, and then they go to DPNR and they find out, well, I can't do much with that because there's no locally licensed professional you're working with that stamps the drawings. Make sure you work with licensed land surveyors that are registered and invest in a proper topography survey from the beginning. A lot of times people waste money during construction because the homes are not properly placed on the site. They could be placed more efficiently, and that would cut down on foundation and retaining walls that you otherwise would not have had to spend if you designed the site properly. Even if you work in modular construction or prefab, that still has to be placed on the site. The foundation has to be designed, and the only way to do that is with a locally licensed design professional, whether it's an architect or engineer. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the hot spot. All right, I want to say thank you to all of our panelists. What you've heard this morning is that housing isn't one problem, it's a system. And it's going to take a lot of different components to be able to become a homeowner. Whether it's you're looking at your financing, getting your credit together before you get to anything else, because that's definitely important. Choosing your systems, choosing your method, making sure that you are pre-planning for affordable building, and what you can actually afford. Going to the banks, making sure that you get pre-qualified so you know where you're starting, etc. We are going to go into breakout sessions. We are a little bit behind, so I'm going to explain where things are and what's happening next.
Before you go there,
Oh, sure.
Ms. Chenery, I just want to welcome Senator Davy Lewis. Welcome,
Yes.
Senator. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Senator Lewis. All right, so we have some breakout sessions happening in different places. Estate Shield is going to be in the creativity room, which is right here. That's going to be for your planning for basically everything you own, right? Planning for your future after you've gotten a home. Anyone here that is already a homeowner that has assets, etc., you definitely want to be inside of that session so you can learn to protect your things. Credible source Kyle Sexas, he is going to be upstairs talking about credit repair and teaching you all about how to get ready to be a homeowner. That is very important. You're getting a free session today. We also have a session in this room with Housing Finance Authority, the EDA talking about VI Slice. Banco Popular is going to be in here as well, helping you with your financing. Oh, and we have some folks that really wanted to be here to support that session from the Lieutenant Governor's office, talking about banking and insurance. So you're going to have a full support team right here. Yes, Attorney Matthews, yes. And we also have, I'm sorry? Graham? Oh, great. And Clifford Graham from Jackson Development. He is a housing extraordinaire. He's going to be in here tapping into that as well. Thank you. I didn't know he made it. Let's see, Kathleen. Sit here. Yeah, I told him already. Okay, and we're going to have a session. I know we had a lot of DPNR questions. We're going to have a session with IBTS, Michael Galante and his team, and DPNR and their team in that big room over there. I know there were a lot of chairs kidnapped from that room. I see you. If you can please take those chairs kindly back to where they belong. For the folks that want to listen in on that session, as the good senator says, thank you kindly. So we will now break out into our different sessions. And at 11 o'clock, there's going to be another round of sessions with AC Development. AC Development talking about different home kits and also home development that they're working with in conjunction with VIHFA to get us affordable housing. In the back there, to the left. That's going to be at 11 a.m. They're also there for general questions. That's also like their exhibit space, so you can pass through. There's always going to be someone there if you want to just pop in. And at 11:30, we'll be able to come back here for a session with Back It Ups, which is our backup power, whole home systems dealer and educator. They're going to be in here doing a full session about that as well, so you can learn about what they have to offer and what they have done in the territory, assisting our elders, our seniors, and our most vulnerable within the community. So let's go ahead and break out, guys, so we can get ready for our sessions. DPNR and IBTS, more of your questions about zoning, permitting, doing it the right way so you save money. That's going to be over here to your left. Upstairs for credit repair. There's also Bayou Exhibit Space is also upstairs about their innovations, and you can talk about the systems they're building in St. John right now. That's going to be upstairs. Credible Source upstairs. Let's get to our sessions as soon as possible. They are timed. 1 hour each session, except for DPNR. You get a little extra love. Credit repair, credible source, upstairs. Ask for assistance with anyone with the yellow badges. Thank you for returning the chairs. Any rooms that you took a chair out of, please go ahead and put those chairs back. Yeah. Okay, so you're here. Yes. Have a seat. Yes. Did you have things you got to put on the screen or anything? Yeah, you can put things up if you want to, so that they take pictures and whatnot. I gotta get the guide for this. You're gonna be up here. If you want to hear about home ownership programs, Own a Lot, Build a Home, VI Slice, yes, you'll be in this room right here. Credit repair is upstairs. Housing Finance Authority, right here. This afternoon we have some more conversations about that. But you can ask about what's allowed. And if you're in this session, move on up. Come on closer. Come on closer, guys. We're going to have a nice, intimate discussion with our panelists or our presenters. They ain't moving. I wanted to just make sure that these intersections, because they're timed. All right, let's settle down so we can get started. Hey, they're gonna probably need to get something shown on the screen. So how because I have other candidates come on. So ODR. You wanted to put your computer? You'll talk about it? Okay. Well, I want my email. I'm on the screen. Let me see the paper real quick because he and my computer. You want me to just talk about this real quick and then you could do it. Yeah, well, if I could talk about this, just tell him the session over you, but you guys could do it. Alrighty guys, we're getting started. Let's just make sure we are where we are supposed to be. Who here is here to hear about home ownership programs available in the Virgin Islands? Is that everybody? Are you in the right place? Okay. Own a lot, build a home. VI Slice. This is where you're supposed to be. This is your session. Wonderful. They will go ahead and get started with you, and I'm going to check on some other sessions. Let's take it away. Introduce yourselves and then.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Frida Webster, Director of Home Ownership at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I have with me here today Ms. Tanya Industrious, our Housing Coordinator, and Ms. Jerisha Skelton, our Loan Processor. We are here to talk about the programs, the legacy programs that we have at Housing Finance Authority, some of which you guys probably are familiar with if you have attended our previous sessions, or if you've attended our classes, or just call us on the phone. We're here to discuss in detail any questions you may have. The one key factor I would like to bring to your attention, Housing Finance Authority focuses on first-time home buyers, individuals who do not own property in the territory. We're here to assist you in achieving that goal. We focus on single-family dwellings, meaning no rental unit. And we encourage individuals to get a home that they need and a home that they can afford. Those are the key factors, right? It may turn out to be your forever home. That's why you need to get what you need and what you can afford so that it can be your forever home. Something happens later in life, maybe some people have, if you were lucky enough to win the Powerball last night, you could have gotten that dream home, right? But we focus on what is real, what you need and what you can afford. So feel free to ask us any questions regarding our programs, our limits, the income limits, the loan limits. We have total acquisition cost limits. Ms. Industrials can answer that for you in more detail, but we are here to give you the ABCs of home ownership as it pertains to the Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry. My name is Lila Rojas. I am a project analyst with the Office of Disaster Recovery, and I am in support of the Own a Lot, Build a Home First-Time Home Buyers Program. This program is specifically for first-time home buyers. As she mentioned, you want to start small, start on a budget. We want to get you started and turn to your first home. So I'll give a brief information about the program, and I'm here to answer any questions you all may have.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Wayne Biggs Jr. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Here with me today is Ms. Kenesha Gums. Kenesha is our Loan and Collection Officer. She works primarily or directly with the VA Slice and the VA Slice clients and our lending institutions. Also, I have Delan here and Mark Finch, who is our Director of Fiscal Plan. They're around somewhere. But what we do is we're technically not a housing program. We are a financing program that assists housing. And we run a gap financing program for first-time moderate income homeowners. So we can fill the gap. If you have a need for some down payment money, we can potentially fill that gap. If you're purchasing a home and you're short, we can potentially fill that gap. If you're constructing a home, we can fill that gap. So there's a variety of ways that we can assist. How our program works is really you go to your lender, whether it's the bank or one of the mortgage lenders that are here. They qualify you, you find a home, and then they make the determination that you need a gap financing help of X amount of dollars, and then we fill that gap on your behalf. So you are their client, they are our clients, but we work all together to make sure we put first-time homeowners into homes.
So, since you guys don't seem to have any pressing questions, I'll have Ms. Industrious come up and speak about the programs we have at Housing Finance Authority.
Ms. Garnett, you have a question?
Good morning. My name is Tanya Garnett with Seaglass Properties, and I have been a big fan of the VI Slice program. I think it's an awesome program. One of the things that I was curious about, I've experienced and just wanted to I know the program had ran out of money. Is there any plan on how that's going to be replenished, or if that's going to be replenished?
Good question. Thus far, we've assisted about 89 homeowners. And we've done gap financing of around $9.2 million that has been leveraged into about $28.8 million in that area in reference to gap financing. There are some legislations that are going through. You're correct, Ms. Garnett. We are currently just working on some residual funds that we have. We have a borrower that did not close on their loan, and we're going to put that back in the pool. But we know that there has been some amendments going through the Senate to provide some additional funding to the entity. We anticipate that if those pass, we'll get another $2 million to move the program forward. Additionally, I'm put a little pressure on my senators now. I hear them in the election year talking about funding VA Slice and doing things for VA Slice. So I know they're trying to find a mechanism to really create a regular funding source so we don't run out of money the way we have. But the program has been very effective. I don't have the numbers now. If you listen to my budget presentation tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the legislature, you'll get all my numbers in reference to VA Slice. But it's roughly 89 homeowners that we've helped so far. And we were hoping to hit that 100 mark, but we ran out of money before we hit that 100 mark.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Biggs. And I could speak on the behalf of the legislature, if you would allow me to, relative to the funding source and the continued funding for the Virgin Islands Slice program. The legislature has moved money. I am the chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and that bill with additional funding to support the VI Slice Slice is now going to be heard in our upcoming session. I believe it's August 24th. Okay, so it's this month we're looking at it. It was heard in my committee, it was amended, and it was moved straight out for the full legislature to vote on it. I am thinking, and it is a real, and this is for me, I like real money, okay, and it is a real funding source to help support and expand the work exceptional work that the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is doing through the VI Slice. So look out for that to come, and to know that your representatives got your back. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator, and we look forward to that session. I think there's another question.
Thank you for that. I'm excited to hear that. And one last, there were myself, and I feel comfortable speaking for many realtors that have tried to help many people get homes through the this VI Slice program. The communication, whether it's specifically to the banks about when the money was running out, was not the greatest, to the point, and I'm putting it out there so that it can be hopefully made better, because a lot of real estate agents are not supporting the VI Slice right now because the communication was so bad with a lot of their customers. I personally had a customer where they were applied for VI Slice, and then it got to the point that the seller waited 3 additional months after the contract end date to try to hold out. But because there was no communication, the deal fell through. And so in hopes to be able to not have those happen, because we try to bridge that gap, if there's something that can be done about at least, hey, this is where we're at, the likelihood is 20% you getting something. So at least they can try to find other alternatives to be able to have that time to be able to save the deal. Because, it just so we're aware.
Yeah, let me just say, and I will say that we can always improve communication. However, there is a lot of communication that we do with the banks. Again, the banks are our clients, you are the bank's clients, so I don't know if that information gets relayed to you, but everything is really done through the portal, and we give them regular monthly updates in reference to where we are and how the monies are moving. So it's nothing that we necessarily try to hide. We're in the legislature all the time, and we talk directly to the program and what funding we have available. We'll try to approve the communication, but know that we do communicate with our banking entities. The problem that we see from time to time is that the bank does not necessarily relay that information onto the customer because they're trying to hold on to that customer. And we look at actually completed application. That's really where our clock starts clicking. So if you don't have everything to make it a complete application, and we find that sometimes the bank starts to upload the application, and then they say it's a VI Slice, but it's missing this document, it's missing that document. For us, that's not a completed application. So we will work in reference of being a little more better in reference to communicating that, but again, sometimes it's just changing, yeah.
Yeah, the challenge is when the money is running out and the time is ticking. Sellers only want to wait for so long.
I understand. The issue that we have is that we may do one application this month and there's a lot of money, and then we get 10 applications the next month, and we're cleaning them out. So it's not really a constant flow of this or that, or but we'll do a better job in reference to communicating where we are in regard to funding.
All right, good morning. My name is Miss Industrious. I'm from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I'm going to go through some of the requirements for our program. So to be eligible for our program, you must be a first-time home buyer. However, if your name is on a deeded property, whether it be with your brother, your sister, whomever, you are not considered a first-time homeowner. However, you can remove your name from the deed, wait 3 years, and then you can come into Housing Finance Authority and be eligible. Also, income requirements. As of June 2026, for St. Thomas, the minimum income requirement per household based on your gross starts at $30,900 to $243,600. For St. Croix, 26,900 to 233,100, and St. John, 41,900 to 285,250. So as long as you fall within those income requirements, you can come into Housing and Finance Authority, and we will pre-qualify you. When you come in to be pre-qualified, there's a checklist of items you have to bring. Your taxes must be filed in the Virgin Islands. That's a requirement. It cannot be filed stateside, otherwise we will deny you, and you will have to wait that 3-year period. You must be employed. You must submit your check stubs, your job letter, any kind of income you have, disability, any kind of income. 3 months current bank statements for any accounts that you have, a picture ID, and then you pay the fee of $120. However, once you come in, we also we sign you up for the next home buyers class. Our actual next home buyers class starts on September 10th. It will be on Thursday evenings from September 10th to October 22nd. And then we have another one in November, from November 4th to December 16th on Wednesdays. So once you come in, you turn in an application, we sign you up for that. However, once you come in and you are denied, we have counseling services on hand as well. So once you pay the $120 fee, we deny you, but we let you know why you're denied. Whether you need credit counseling, you don't have a credit score of 620 or higher, you have collections accounts, you need to reduce those student loan debts. We also provide that service free of charge as long as you pay that $120. Also, some other services that we offer mortgage origination, in-house financing, closing cost assistance, community education program. That's where we go out in the community. We get grants to go out in the community. We provide presentations to any organization, whether it's non-profit or for-profit. We do any thing. You just send in an email request to Ms. Webster, and then she will coordinate that with the counselors. Also, we offer financial counseling with our HUD certified counselors as well. We also offer, like VI Slice, we offer down payment assistance and gap financing. However, ours will be in the form of a smaller loan. Theirs will be a grant. So you can pick and choose whichever program you want to go with. Also, when you come into Housing Finance Authority, we pull a copy of your credit report. It is a sample. It does not impact your credit score. So if you don't know what your credit look like, I will encourage you, come in, pay the $120 and get all the services you can before you actually go to the bank. That way, when they pull your credit, it's a hard pull. That will drop your score. Any questions?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My situation is a bit special. I am in desperate need of a primary mortgage. I've been trying to get through with USDA since February 5th, 2025. It's been 18 months. I still have not gotten through. So my question is, if I do get a primary mortgage with Housing Finance Authority, are you guys partnering with Own a Lot, Build a Home, and Slice Out the VI for the excess? Because that is the issue. If you guys are partnering with them, then it makes absolutely no sense to get a primary mortgage for you, with you, and we still need the excess.
So, you answer it? Okay, so outright, no, we do not partner with VI Slice. Like he told you, you can go to, which banks do you do it with?
Yeah, we deal with all the local banks and many of the local mortgage entities. So it's not only the financial banks as you know them, but also the mortgage lenders that are here in the territory. We also deal directly with the mortgage lenders. The reason we don't partner with VA Housing Finance Authority is pretty much where the funding source comes from. It makes it difficult for us to gap finance in reference to their assistance in regard to that. We can partner with other entities, but because it's our funds, it makes it a little more difficult to do that.
Also, to clear up I guess the situation is going on with USDA. There's nobody here present, but we've recently learned that USDA had some staffing restructuring that took place a year, probably around the time that you applied. So it has created a backlog. So your loan, your application, once you applied, it is in queue with them. It's just a matter of them getting to your file. That being said, I think you should stay there, and hopefully they will answer you sooner rather than later. But Housing Finance Authority does not provide primary lending for home construction, home purchases. We provide gap financing, similar to the VI Slice program, but we provide down payment assistance, closing cost assistance, right, for individuals that already gotten approval from a primary lender in the territory, and you just need a little more assistance, you know, whether it's 50,000, 150,000, all depends on the program under which you qualify for. But I suggest that you also seek a pre-qualification from one of the local lenders that is providing construction financing, and to see where you stand with them.
Like I said, my situation is special, but the only two lenders that's doing construction is USDA and Banco Popular. When I went to the pre-qualification for Banco Popular, they told me I only qualify for 75,000, but USDA telling me I can't qualify for 300,000. To my understanding, there's 55 applicants in the Virgin Islands that's waiting to get through with USDA. I is number 33 or 34. So there's literally people from 2024 that have been waiting. So that's why I'm like, these programs with Owner Lot Bella Home, because I always harass Miss Estrell. Poor Miss Estrell, I know she's taking tired of me. The issue is we can't get the primary mortgage, so the secondary financing like Owner Lot Bella Home and Slice of the VIA ain't working because we need to get primary mortgage in order to get the secondary funding. So is there anything that's going to help for people like me? Because I got property from Housing Finance Authority. I already paid off the loan. My credit is good. The only thing I need is the primary mortgage, the help with the primary, so I could get a secondary financing. So is there anything that can help? I have no debt. My credit is 780 or 790. So I'm the perfect candidate for a home, but there's no assistance or help with the primary mortgage. So if there's anything that can be done.
Unfortunately, I think what has happened to the USDA clients, besides the restructuring, they also got caught up in the change of administration. And when the president came on board, they had changes to various programs which forced retirements, which also included the head of the USDA in the territory. So that started the issue. To answer your question directly, because our mandate does not allow us to provide primary financing for situations like yours, you know, we can't help you in this regard right now. You have to, basically you're going to have to wait until USDA come through. I know it's unfortunate. I hear you. It is excessively long, but like I said, it has to do with their situation at USDA.
I just one moment. I have Miss Rosalind Webster from Banco Popular. I went out to grab her because I understood your plight, and so if we could allow her to answer, because they are a primary mortgage lender, and she mentioned she does construction building. Okay.
Yes, hi. Good morning again, and my apologies. I got caught up in conversations out there, and now I'm here. So I am not sure exactly. I walked in on it, so I'm a little lost as to what the issue is. And if I understand correctly, you're just seeking construction financing, and you have visited the branch already to... Okay.
She qualified for one of them.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. So the amount you qualified for is what I'm told is less, right? And you're looking for subsidy from, you need more from us?
I don't need more. Construction is expensive.
That's true.
Funds, yes, because USDA tells you don't approve funds in case if they have to change it.
I
They delay for 8 months and not only and the last day after just the primary loan.
Okay. All right, so I don't want to lead you in the wrong direction. So I really need to investigate and do my due diligence before I can really answer and help you into the right, on the right path. So I do have my card, and okay, great. So we'll connect after.
So I'm sorry, I just want to add, I will be more than happy to reach out to USDA on your behalf to find out what's going on with your application and how we can assist in speeding up the process in any way. So please, after this presentation, we can have a discussion. I can take your information. I'll be happy to reach out on your behalf. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say the same thing for VI Slice. I mean, as I indicated, we don't really have any funding right now. We're waiting on the legislature to pass the additional funding. But I will say we have been doing loans with USDA. So we have been filling that gap in reference to USDA. So I'm not sure in regards to what their backlog is. So I can't speak for USDA on their behalf, but I can say, I think, Kenisha, we've completed seven loans we've done through USDA for VI Slice. But I will say the differences that you see in reference to where you're qualified with an institutional lender versus the USDA is because USDA offers some subsidies to allow you to qualify for a higher amount than a normal commercial lender would, whether it be a bank or a mortgage lending institution. So that's probably where your differences come in reference to qualifications. But hopefully we'll have that money soon, and hopefully USDA will process you through.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Dwayne DeGraff. He's here also, and he's aware of the piece of legislation that we will be considering on August 24th regarding supplementing VI Slice. You have a question, Ms. Natasha? Natanya? Natara?
Hi, yes. First, I want to say I really do appreciate this. This is an opportunity that I have been looking for since I came back home. Now, because I'm new, well, not new, but I'm newly returning, a lot of things that was on the checklist I don't have. So I don't have the taxes from here. And so my question is, how long would I have to be home to be okay.
While the crowd answered you 3 years.
Okay. And 3 years. And I have a deed in the States. Does that disqualify?
You're a homeowner.
I see.
I'm sorry.
So we can't use the taxes from there, but my situation there affects me here.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so everyone is aware, real time, I do have the bill number. It's bill number 36-0273. And that will be heard at the August 24th legislative session. And the amount that we have appropriated is $3,735,000 to the VI Slice program. Who had a question over here? Oh, you want to ask a question? Good morning.
Morning. I came in to get information about the VI Slice.
Straight into it, like when you're talking.
Oh, okay. I came in to get some information, but they told me it's closed. But I still went ahead and they told me I was qualified for land. So when the program opened, can I still come and apply for home? To get a home? If I don't want to deal with all the land and things like that?
Which program are you referring to?
VI Slice.
She's talking about VI Slice Executive Director.
Yeah, we've closed the portal for our lending partners because we don't want to give anybody false hope. However, you just heard the senator indicate that they're going to pass that bill later on this month, and I have no doubt that they will pass it. They've been very supportive of our entity and of the VI Slice program, so I'm looking forward to getting that $3.7 million. I'll say it is an increase over what I saw previously. So we're looking forward to getting that money and continuing the program. So yes, as soon as we get the money, we're going to open back up the portal to our lending institutions, and you can go ahead and apply through one of our lending institutions then.
Morning. I have a quick question. Is the VI Slice program like VI HFA? You have to wait the 3 years if property is in your name? Or can you move the property from your name into somebody else's name and then apply for it?
No, I mean, we have certain requirements also. We don't necessarily look at a 3-year period, but we do have some qualifications. If you go to our VISlice.com website, it'll give you the qualifications and reference that. Our most important thing is you have to be a first-time homeowner. So similar to what this lady indicated over here, if you have a home in another jurisdiction, there may be some issues in regard to that, but we don't necessarily have that same 3-year criteria that Housing Finance Authority has.
Good morning. My question is for Ms. Webster, and if there are any other lenders in the room. There's a product called a 203K loan that it seems only one lender in the territory is providing, and they're only providing it on a limited basis. The 203K allows for persons to be able to both purchase a home and make repairs to the home that they're purchasing, with the entire loan wrapped into a single loan package. Like I said, one entity appears to be offering it. They do a limited $75,000 threshold or cap, but the full 203K is not available in the territory as far as I'm aware, and it's something that would be very helpful for my customers and clients. I do sell real estate, and there are several damaged properties on the market that would benefit from such a program. Can you tell me whether Banco Popular is pursuing this at some point? If not, why not?
Okay, thank you for that, and that is a valid question. That is an FHA program. At this current time, FHA is not a product that Banco Popular offers. However, we have recognized the need, and we've recently started on the path of getting certifications in order to do that. Because with HUD, as most of us know, you have to be certified. You have to have certain trainings to be able to offer what they have as products. So we're hoping in calendar year 2027 that we will be open to FHA and HUD and all the programs associated with it. But for now, we do the general conventional construction loans.
I'm not sure the designation, but we've done some purchase and repairs through VI Slice. Particularly with USDA, we've done some of those programs in regard to you purchase the home and there's some residual monies that we provide for repairs. So that's one of the reasons VI Slice was created. We realized there was an inventory of homes that were damaged after Hurricanes Irma and Maria that remained damaged, and we wanted to get those homes back on the market and back into inventory. So that's one of the reasons the program was created. So you can use VI Slice if you have a lending institution that is willing to do it, to purchase and repair. And we'll fill that gap to a certain degree.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the panelists?
No more questions? All right. That's good. All right. So, as I mentioned earlier, I will be presenting on the Own a Lot, Build a Home First-Time Home Buyer Program with the Office of Disaster Recovery. So, the program is funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, through the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, also known as CDBG-DR. We provide gap financing to qualified residents across the territory, recognizing the unique challenges of constructing homes in the Virgin Islands, such as limited buildable land and high construction costs. Program objectives. We assist first-time homeowners in providing forgivable mortgages for the construction of a new single-family dwelling. We target moderate income residents whose household incomes are up to 120%, which I will show you the breakdown. And we collaborate with participating lenders to provide secondary financing up to 50% of the construction cost. Applicants must obtain financing for the total project cost before committing to the CDBG-DR funds. CDBG-DR financing covers up to 50% of the construction costs for a single-family dwelling. The CDBG-DR award will be secured by a second lien and is forgiven on a monetized basis over an affordability period of 10 years. So when we provide the gap financing, you're in basically a contract with us for 10 years. After that 10 years, the loan becomes forgivable. Eligibility determination. Here are some mandatory requirements. So you must be a primary resident of the U.S. Virgin Islands for 3 years. Land. At first, our program only supported members who had undeveloped land, but recently we were approved by HUD to support those who have developed land. So if you have foundation already built on your land and you need assistance finishing your home, we now can assist you with that. Gradual forgiveness. Like I mentioned before, the balance of the grant will be forgiven or reduced for each completed year of occupancy. Each year that you are in the grant, each year it decreases, and after the 10 years, it becomes forgivable. You meet underwriting criteria. Applicants must be pre-qualified and approved by our participating lenders, and I'll go into that. And then lastly, you must have a home buyer education program certificate, and that is offered by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. How to apply. So the first step is going to one of our partnered lending institutions, Banco Popular and USDA Rural Development. They would pre-qualify you based off the documentation that you provided. When you get there, please make sure that you have your plans, you have 2 cost estimates from your contractor of your choice. Those contractors must be registered in SAM.gov. And the applications will be going through review by your lending institution, and then it will be forwarded to the Office of Disaster Recovery once you meet their pre-qualification, and you will be pre-qualified through the Office of Disaster Recovery as well. Property requirements. So your property must have been acquired through a valid deed. There are some people who does not have a deed as yet. Maybe you are paying on your land still. Once you provide a official document that shows your name, you're the owner of the land, paying on the land, that is a document that we can accept. And lastly, the minimum property standards. It has to go through environmental review, and you cannot have your property on a floodway. These are the participating lenders that we currently partner with. We have Banco Popular in St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John District, and USDA Rural Development, and these are our point of contact. This is the income limit. So we go through the 120% income limit, which is the very last row. And here you will see per person what is the minimum income limit for your household. For example, if you are one person, it's $100,600. Two person, $114,950, and it goes on up to 8 person, but they cut off on the screen. Maximum, sorry. My apologies. Maximum income limit. This is the flow chart, basically how your application goes through the process. As I mentioned earlier, first you want to obtain your education course certificate. Then you go apply for the program through one of our lending department, which is Banco Popular USDA. They evaluate your package and determine if you're eligible for first mortgage. They are going to be the primary lenders. Once you are, they would refer your package to the Office of Disaster Recovery, where we conduct a preliminary review and confirm if we can provide gap financing based off of the difference between the cost of construction and what the lender approved you for. After that, we will submit your if you are pre-qualified, we'll submit your package to VIHFA to conduct environmental tier 2 review, which is when they go out and inspect your land. Once you are approved and everything goes smooth with that, we would provide the appropriate level of funding for secondary mortgage, and we'll inform your banking institute that the Office of Disaster Recovery will provide whatever amount to finance the gap of your home. We will go through all of the closing documents, send all of our information to the bank. You will go through the closing with your bank. And then after that, it's basically the construction of your home. This is our contact information. Here on St. Thomas, we are located at the Niski Center, right closely to Subway. And on St. Croix, we are located across from KFC, the old Dial Rent-to-Own office. This is our phone number. You can ask for myself, Miss Lila Rojas, or Miss Rosalind Estrell. She also manages the program. This is our email. Best way to contact us, we respond to our email within 24 hours. And this is the website that takes you directly to the Owner Lab Build a Home program. I am here to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question, Ms. Rojas. So, for instance, let's say a client they have a piece of land, they started to build, maybe they did the cistern. However, they can't afford to finish the house. Can they come to you guys' program and apply to that program as well?
Yes, that would be considered that you already have developed land because you started building. You will go through getting primary mortgage, and then once you're approved with them, we'll conduct secondary mortgage to finish your home.
And question for the land, is there a maximum square footage the land can be, like either half acre, quarter acre, whole acre?
No, there is not a maximum square footage. However, there is a maximum construction cost per district. So for St. Thomas, it's $677,000. For St. Croix, it's $541,000. And in St. John, it's $1.1 million.
Now, Ms. Rojas, we heard that our good lady over here is a friend of yours. She's been calling your office consistently. And how because she owns her own lot, free and clear? Free from Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. How would this program apply to her?
So she would have to have the primary mortgage, which is through USDA or Banco Popular, but in her case, she's being offered more funds through USDA. So that would make more sense for her to go that route. But as I mentioned earlier, I am here to help. I don't like to wait. As my director said, we do not wait. So on her behalf, I will be reaching out to USDA and try to get this resolved as soon as possible.
Okay, so that's very good because you can't have the young lady. She's land rich. Nobody, they're land rich. They're ready to go. Right? And she is debt free and she has good credit.
She is the type of applicant that we want.
Yes.
That's the easy one. Yes, she is.
Yes.
I understand.
Okay.
Hopefully we can get it resolved for you.
Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Rojas? Now is the time to speak. She's here.
I have a question. Sorry, Ms. Rojas. You said in your presentation that an environmental review is required, correct? So in the example that Ms. Industrious gave you, the system started. Are you still going to do an environmental review, or is that waived?
They still have to go through environmental.
So it was my understanding that that program required pure virgin soil. Is that requirement waived?
No, don't put me in a spot like that. It's not waived. It's not waived.
But you will finance it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The reason why I'm asking, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm asking the question because a lot of residents have started the construction of their home. A lot of them have a cistern. Some have cistern and the slab completed. So your program would help them. That's what I'm asking. But the requirement of an environmental review was the issue. right? So you will consider it? Okay.
And if I could speak, I want to just, and this is coming from my years of being a consultant working to build low and moderate income homes using a mixed finance, mixed development. And I know former executive director Clifford Graham, he's also familiar with the EARs, the environmental assessment reports that you have to do for HUD purposes. Typically, it isn't a long drawn out. When I have done it, it's a form that they fill. And it's usually something that you could fill along with your architect. I don't know if Mr. Graham, you want to add anything to that? Okay, so that's what it is. But I know why HUD requires that environmental assessment.
Any more questions?
Question for Mr. Biggs and also for you. When does the funding for these programs expire?
Next year.
Next year? So that means they need to start working now to get everything
Yeah, we're
in.
trying to get people in a program to expend the funds before
I'm
they
going to
go.
contact you. I'm going to send some people to you.
That I will have to get back to you on. I'm not sure how much has been expended so far, but we do have 3 homes currently in construction, so I will validate that number for you.
Yeah, we don't have a program expiration on our funding. We've used all our funding we had already. So depending on the sunset that the legislature puts on the funds that they give us, usually it's open until expended. We're hoping that they continue until expended, and then they're going to revolve it and keep funding it over and over again. So we don't have an expiration date. We've already used all the funds prior to the expiration date.
We have a question. We have a question. I'm coming.
No, stand up so they can see who you are. Stand up. Stand up.
I have a question. My mother have a property. It's more than an acre. She have a house on it, but it could build another house and another, in the same. So she want to give that thing for somebody else to build on that. Would you give money for that person to build on that? It's like a half an acre. She could have put another house on it. That's something I do. I don't know.
If your question is for the owner lot, build a home, that lot would have to be separated, and the deed would have to be in that person's name, and then yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
And it would qualify for slice also, in reference to that also. Yeah, so it qualifies as long as the deed is in a person's name and they're a first-time homeowner. Yeah, they'll qualify for slice also.
Hi. I just heard someone said, I don't know if it's that they have 3 houses already under construction.
Yes.
Do they don't have owners?
Say that again?
Do those houses have owners? Are they just there for who can afford?
No, they have owners. When you apply for the loan, it's your home that you're applying for. The construction
so those are
of your
done
home.
closed.
Yes, it's not homes that are built for someone to purchase. They're already closed in that person's name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question for you. If a client comes into you, they have plans to build a 2-story home. Would your program allow that?
Yes. 2-story, yes, but it has to be, your stairs are inside. You can access your upstairs and downstairs. It's a single
So it
family
can't be an
dwelling.
apartment.
Not apartments, not complexes, no.
Yeah, VI Slice allows you to have a multi-complex facility, but the primary house has to be the larger, so you could have an apartment in reference to. We understand that St. Thomas in particular, how you build, you all have an apartment underneath, so you can't occupy the apartment and rent the home up on top. You have to occupy the home and then you can rent the apartment. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question, and this is for VI Slice, first of all. If you own a property, like our good friend over here, and you now look to say, okay, I own this property free and clear, but I see a house that is already built, and I want to purchase this house, would they qualify for VI Slice?
That is your second home. It's a first-time homeowners program.
But technically, you don't own a home. You don't have. Wait, hold on to me. You don't have a domicile. Okay, you do not have a domicile.
Oh, okay. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
You have a vacant lot, like
Okay.
my good friend over here.
Okay, vacant lot.
Okay, and she has identified an already constructed home, right? And she wants, and she's now qualified, to get a good mortgage. She's peeling up with her children, them, okay? And they see this home, they know they could rehabilitate it, okay, and move in.
Okay.
Would they qualify for VI
There's
Slice?
two parts of it. Yeah, technically you can qualify for it, and I say that in regard to that on a technicality. VI Slice is not there to enrich you. So what you would have to do is you would have to liquidate your ownership in the land and use whatever monies you have to go towards the property that you're purchasing, and then we can fill the gap. We won't fill the gap and leave you with the land because now we're enriching your assets, and it's really a first-time homeowners program. So you'd have to liquidate your ownership in the land.
And when you say liquidate, what are you saying?
Sell it.
Okay, no. Hold up. Liquidation could mean also that you gifted for $1 to a relative.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm asking.
The reason we do it, the reason why we say you have to liquidate that is we have a limited amount of fund. We're trying to help as many people in the community as possible. So if you have land, you're supposed to sell that land because you have that asset, apply that asset monies towards your home, and then we fill the gap.
Okay, so your liquidation means you have to sell the land that you own at market price?
Well, I mean, market price, near market price.
No,
I mean,
but
there's a
I'm
variety of different arguments.
I'm asking if you have to sell it, or you could give it to someone at $10.
No,
A
it
gift
has
of
to be
deed.
reasonable. I mean, we like to see that the actual land has been listed through a realtor to prevent that type of where I'm transitioning this and I'm transacting for $1 just to qualify for a program that's a government program, right? So, and then we transfer it back after the program is over. So we require you to be listed. I mean, in regards to moving from one asset to the other. It has to be listed somewhere that it was for sale so the general public has the opportunity to purchase it, unless it's at market value.
Okay, I think Mr. George have a question here.
In all fairness to the process, if I own land and I see another piece of property that is developable for me to renovate and develop and dwell with, and I have property that I could gift to my brother or my sister or somebody else that is in my family, it's still within the inventory that they can qualify for the program. So how would you now evaluate that process?
Okay, what we look at again is we look at the listing. So for instance, and I'm going to use some big numbers just to exaggerate this here. You own land that's up on a hill overlooking St. John and everything. This land is valued at $1 million. You're coming to us to fill a gap for a home you bought for $300,000 and you want $100,000 from us, and you have $1 million asset sitting there that you can liquidate and you could buy it. So it takes away from the opportunity for us to help somebody else who actually needs the help. So we try to help those who actually need the help. And again, it's not there to enrich. If you have the asset and you have the home, you're enriching yourself.
The person that you are now helping isn't me, but one of my heirs, which could be my brother or my sister.
Well, if you give... that wasn't the question. The question was if you have land in reference to your land and you want to buy a house. No. The question was you have land and you want to purchase a house. If you deed that land to that individual, somebody else, now they can come to Slice and they can try to qualify for the land that you've deeded to them.
Okay, so I want to ask another question. Is there another person out there? Let me. Oh Lord. But all right, let's go to this young lady here again.
My question is, if you own property with somebody else, my question is, if you own the property with somebody else, can you just remove your name from the property? Will you qualify then?
We will look at that on a case-by-case basis because it depends on the value of the property also. You know,
And would it be, that's a very good question, excellent question. We have some good thinking people here. So if that person removes it, say they found the property already, this is a development, is already constructed, and in this scenario, this lady indicated, would she have to wait years before you would consider her to be a first home buyer?
No, if it's just raw land, you're not a first-time home buyer. I mean, homeowner. You own the land, but you don't own a home.
Right.
So it depends. And again, we realize that parents give homes to multiple individuals. So
Yes.
again, we need to look at a case-by-case basis because
Okay.
I'll use the $1 million home. 2 of you own a $1 million home. You know, that's 500,000. But 20 of you own 50, you know, a $50,000 piece of land. That's a whole different scenario. You know, so we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Is there any other questions?
If anyone's interested in obtaining any applications and brochures from Housing Finance Authority, you could see any of us in the Housing Finance Authority brochures, Ms. Skelton, Ms. Industrious, or Ms. Webster, and we'll give you the applications.
And if you're interested in VI Slice, again, our website is usvieda.org, and there's a area you can click on for VI Slice, or VISlice.com. You can click on that also and get information. Until we have funding from the legislature that they're going to pass, and then we have to actually receive the money in hand from finance, we're not going to open the portal. But in the meantime, you could probably get pre-qualified through one of our banking institutions in reference to one of our lending institutions.
I'm going to allow each of the panelists to close out with a 30-second closing remarks because we have to close out this session. And we'll first have Ms. Webster, if you could do so.
That's right. Thank you. One last thing I'd like to say. Any transaction that you're trying to obtain, whether it's to buy land, buy a house, construct a house, you need to have a vested interest in there. So down payment, whether it's a $1,000, a 10%, 5%, I think USD, you have a BIC 5,000. We require that you at least have a 10% down or $1,000, something. We need to see you have a vested interest. So bear that in mind. We encourage each and every one of you to reach out to the Housing Finance Authority to get more detail. We could speak one-on-one. Our offices in St. Thomas at Frenchtown, above the flower shop. And in St. Croix, it's in the old legislature building in Frederick said. People from St. John, you could call us. We are there. But call us and tell us your situation so you could give you more guidance. But remember, you have to have a vested interest in this transaction. And, we look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Webster. Thank you. Ms. Rojas?
Yes, so for the Own a Lot, Build a Home program, I just want to close by saying if you have land, develop undeveloped land, please make that push, make that start. Go out, get your plans, get your cost estimates. We are here to help. We have the funding. We want to expend them. We want to help you guys build your first home. So please get that started. Call our office. Ask for myself, Ms. Lila Rojas, or Ms. Rosalind Estrell. Would answer any questions you have. Anytime, just please give us a call. We look forward to hearing from each one of you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rojas. Mr. Biggs?
Yes, as I indicated, you're free to visit our websites in reference to VI Slice. The one thing to remember is VI Slice has certain requirements, but we are a gap financing program, and your lender also has requirements. So the lender requirements may be a little more stringent than ours. For instance, we require $5,000 payment in reference to our program. They may require some more based on the type of home you're trying to buy. We go along with their criteria. If their criteria is more relaxed than ours, we go along with their criteria. If it's a little more stringent, we go along with their criteria because you are their client, they are our client. So again, you may find some differences in reference to the programs, but work closely with your lender, and we're happy to fill that gap if we can fill the gap to put you in a home.
Thank you so much for that. Ms. Webster?
Yes. Well, Banco Popular is partnered with these agencies over the years, and we've been very fortunate to have finance home for individuals that really needed the assistance. One of the things I want to encourage is that you reach out to us. You know where we're located, right here in Altona in the main branch, or you can give us a call at 340-693-2830. We've got professionals that are there to help you and guide you. I wanted to just make sure that you give them a call, ask for a pre-qualification, because we do that, because you need to know how much of a home you can qualify for before you even get started. Okay, once you do that, we will take the application if all goes well, and we will determine which agency will be your best fit. Okay, so you come to us, we do all the usual stuff, we do your credit, we do the appraisal, we do all the usual stuff, and then we will decide if there's a shortage based on what you're coming to us for. We will then seek subsidy financing from one of our partners. So again, we're here for you, so please reach out to us or stop by, and we will be more than happy to help you through this process.
And thank you so much, panelists, and thank you, the audience, for all of those thought-provoking questions so you could be informed. At this time, and let's just give a round of applause to the panelists. They did a really outstanding job, and also give a round of applause to you for asking all of those great questions. I also know that there are a couple of other sessions that are scheduled. We have a session, Cat 5 Builders, with Donald Stevens, and that's going to begin at 11 to 12. I'm going to turn it over to Machinery. I was just standing in. We play as a team here, so I was just standing in. So I'll be so gracious to turn it over to Machinery. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph, for assisting. We really appreciate it. Right now, there's a session going on with AC Development about 340 North and Home Kits. That's going to be outside of here. Take that left, take the right and then left outside of here. That's happening right now. They've just started. You want to pop in there and get that information about those new developments that are coming in partnership with Housing Finance Authority. Okay, we're going to get 80 homes built, God willing. And they already started the process. So you want to know more information about that, you can see how you can apply. What's the process? What's the timelines? Go on over through this way, that exit right there. Make a left, and it's going to be on your right. Look for that big old sign that says AC Development. Follow Rudy. Rudy is going to take you to AC Development. And then back it up is going to be right here talking about those power systems at 11:30. About the whole home power systems at 11:30 right here before we break for lunch.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Innovation Center. There are some vehicles that are impeding some traffic flow, so listen up. If it's your vehicle, I want to invite you to park alongside the left-hand side of the road going up towards the medical school, because in here traffic can no longer flow. So please move your vehicles. If you have a white, no, I don't know what color this is. It's a Toyota SUV, license plate TIF 432. TIF 432. Another Toyota SUV, TH 0504. It's a greenish Toyota SUV, TH. Let me stop trying to show up. TH 0504. And Masara, number 129, Delta plate 129, Delta plate 129. It's a BMW SUV. So if those three people can please move your vehicles along the side, it is impeding traffic. Thank you.
Why does electricity cost so much? What if our whole house could run on sunshine? What if there was a little machine that could catch all that sunshine? What if it were super strong, but super easy to use? What if you could just plug it in and ta-da, it works? What if you could tell it what to do right from your phone? What if we could grab sunshine from every side just to get us a little more? And when the sun's really shining, what if it gets even stronger? What if it was small enough to hide just about anywhere? In the garage, the laundry room, the living room, a secret corner, or even outside? What if it had enough power to wash all our dirty clothes? And if we need more, we just stack up more, like building blocks. What if it could power almost everything in the house? And it knew when to use the sunshine and when to save it for later. So we don't have to think about hard stuff. And we get more time to play together. What if it could even feed our car? You won't believe how much power it'd have if we stacked it up. And it'd never take more than our home can handle. Dad, is your phone still connected to the internet?
No.
And it still works if the internet is off. Cold days, hot days, it doesn't even notice. Even if something gets plugged in wrong, it just knows and keeps everything okay. What if, on top of all that, it's super safe? So we don't ever have to worry about it. What if it works with our other sun power stuff at home? What if electricity was just always there, like sunshine? What if it really is just that simple?
Good morning, good morning. Yes, I apologize for the delay, by the way, to start off. My name is Kimari Jackson. I'm an employee of Back It Ups. We are the authorized dealers of EcoFlow. The video that was shown behind me, this is where we're supposed to be going. And this is where we're at right now. So to start off, just give you a little quick history lesson on EcoFlow. EcoFlow was founded in 2017 by some engineers, from battery engineers and drone designers from DJI. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, as us as Back It Ups, we feel like there was a real need for our battery power systems in the VI. You know, a lot of people, especially, I know you guys understand, you know, when you sleep in and WAPA turns off and you're hot, you have that little mosquito buzzing in your ear, you know. You know, having something like this, you know, especially is affordable, and because we offer financing, it just helps you out a lot. You know, you have that satisfaction and gratification to help you throughout the night. You know, this is where we're at right now. We have systems, you know, because they're all scalable and tailored to meet your needs. We have systems from power banks for your phone all the way up to whole home systems. So it really depends on you and what your consumption rate is. Just to show you a quick demonstration of some of our products, we have right here the Delta 3 1000 Air. We have right here the River 3 Max Plus. This is the Delta 3 Ultra Plus. And just to let you guys know, anything with plus, you know, because the names can get a little confusing. Anything with plus allows you to add an additional battery, you know. Then this is where we start for the whole home system, our Delta Pro Ultra, basically. So just to show you guys an example, because a lot of people complain, and not complain, but a lot of people ask questions and say, you know, will it, you know, take a little, you know, power, take a little bit on my WAPA bill? It's not, no, it doesn't do that. It's simple, plug and play. It's very user friendly.
You know, for example, I'm going to use my River 3 Max Plus. All you would do is turn the power on, hold it for 2 seconds, it'll turn on. I'm going to go and plug in my fan here to share a quick demonstration. Yeah. Appreciate it. So I'm going to click my AC button. That's for alternate current. And that allows my devices I need plugged in to be powered. With this being on 100, and it shows you your output and input, so you'll always know never to go past the capacity. It'll tell me right now how long, based on my consumption of my fan, how long it'll last. Right now it's telling me it's going to last this fan for the next 19.5 days, 19.5 hours. And that's for a pretty long time for a battery that's affordable, you know. This is where we're at right now. And for the batteries, this is where we're going to be soon. And that's it for my presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricky Norman. I'm the owner of Back It Ups, and I wanted to do something different this time. I wanted the next generation to introduce the next generation of battery backup power. You know, everything's a transition. You know, we went from riding donkeys and riding horses to cars. And we all, you know, used to our generators. Gasoline, propane, or diesel, a lot of noise in the air, fuel, services, and so forth. I've done generators for about 32 years, and I know the trials and errors of it and so forth. And a lot of great engineers, what they did is innovative things that could make our lives easier, and that's what it is. We want things to become much more simple, much more user-friendly, things that you don't have to think about. And these systems actually fit that bill. I started this segment of my industry, you know, because I could not get to those who have condos, those who have villas, those who are close-knit, and they wanted a generator, but I just couldn't provide it. They just couldn't get it either. The landlord like, well, I have 4 tenants and 4 units, and I don't want a bunch of noise. And I understood that. So I was always constantly looking for something to fit that little segment of issue. There's a couple of companies that I, you know, trial and error, did my own thing and so forth, and they were okay. But it still wasn't quite there. I vetted about 11 different companies, and every year I used to go to the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas, trying to hunt for that next thing that would benefit and take the U.S. Virgin Islands to the next level. And I think I found it. EcoFlow and Anchor, we're the dealers for that. And by far, I am really pleased that the innovation that these companies bring really does make a big impact on our society. Now, some of you might be beneficiaries or aware of the Energy Office's program that just launched, where they gave out 450 units of the Delta 3 Ultra. That was a major, major impact for our community. Those that are suffering with, you know, any chronic illnesses, and we have, you know, mature folks in our society that, you know, when the power goes, it is really challenging for them. I don't expect nobody to go outside, pull a cord to get the generator started, or try to get fuel, or call somebody and say, hey, my generator didn't start, and so forth. These systems just made it so user-friendly. Where the power goes, it's instantaneously, they plug it in and so forth. And we had people actually, you know, they have their sons or daughters away in the mainland or abroad, and they say, look, I need something for my parents. You know, they're 70, they're 80, they're 90 years old. And just like I was speaking with a gentleman earlier, he doesn't want, you know, his parents does not want to deal with the noise. They don't want to deal with the fuel and so forth. So these are things that we all relate to, all of us, you know, at some point. We know somebody, or if it's us or a family member or a friend that goes through these challenges. So these new innovations that's out now and is coming out, bring us to a better solution in our community. Because power is a challenge here, as we all know. But now we have, you know, solutions, right? And the great thing about these systems, they're all tailored to you, to your home, to your usage. Because your fridge is going to be different from mine. Your habits are going to be different from mine. You might be working 24/7. you know. And the cool thing about these systems, especially this one, the whole house, right? You can tell that system says, you know what, I'm at work all day, WAPA goes out. I don't want it to back up everything. Just back up my Wi-Fi and my fridge. Absolutely, and that's fine. And you save battery power and you come home, you got a full battery system, right? Or if you're home and the power goes, well, guess what? You can tell the system, look, give me everything, okay? I want my comfort. However, if WAPA doesn't come back for a while and my battery's drained down to 60%, 50%, whatever you desire, shut off this automatically and give me just what I need. Now, these systems are scalable, okay? Unlike a traditional generator, gasoline, propane, or diesel, where it only has one way of sustainability, which is just fuel, you know, gas, diesel, or propane. Now, majority of us probably been through Irma Maria. I had my curfew pass, and I'm trying to get through all the debris and lines all over the road, trying to bring some gas to my gasoline customers or some propane to my propane or diesel to my other customers. Very challenging. But when you run out, you're out. That's one single area. That was the downfall of the generators. So now these wonderful engineers says, look, we could do better. Technology caught up, where yes, you could charge this by WAPA. Fine, no problem. But now you have the option to say, let me charge it by solar. Okay, someone lives in condos and apartments, and that might not be an option. Well, we do sell a dual fuel generator that is gasoline and propane, very quiet, and it's inverted. You could charge by a generator. Well, okay, fine. But this system takes a little further. Gasoline, propane, or diesel, you could charge it by WAPA. You could charge by solar. You could charge by a wind turbine. You could charge by EV charging stations. You could charge it by a bidirectional EV vehicle. And if you want, because most of us don't have that, we do sell a alternator that you could charge by your own personal vehicle. Now, it's going to take a while, but it's an option, right? And you can also charge by wind turbine, if I did say it already, or another solar generator. So each one of these generators could charge each other if necessary. So you have 7 different ways of sustainability. Because God forbid a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, because we import everything, you have a way to keep going. You don't have that singularity like, oh, I can't get fuel, I'm done. We spend too much money in our food products, and we work hard. So these systems, where they're going is, one, yeah, I have sustainability and clean energy, but we can take a little further and be able to save energy and be able to recoup. Now, some of you got a little demonstration earlier of what dirty power is, or harmonic distortion. And what we did earlier is we took an extension cord, plug it into the unit, and plug it into the fan. And we demonstrated that, you know, WAPA is running a fan, and it's operating. Most of our devices, it's operating. We don't know the difference. However, when I disconnected WAPA, they saw the fan power increased. It ran even better, much more efficient, because it's producing clean electricity, right? Sun is clean, comes in, inverter is clean, and be able to run your devices much more efficiently. And that is extremely important, because your equipment is going to run better. It's going to run as the way the manufacturer intended it to run. Now, when you got harmonic distortion, unfortunately, over time, your equipment does not last as long. Okay, it's going to be stressed. Just like a generator is noisy to us, electronics have it. You know, they got little small rectifiers inside to clean it up a little bit, but it's still turbulent, right? And those kind of things that you want to, get out of your device. You want your things to last long. Now, some of the questions earlier is like, well, how long can this run? And those are legitimate questions. Every system here that has a plus, as Kamari said, or this particular guy and this big brother, which is the Delta Pro Ultra X, is scalable. All of it is tailored to you. It's very, very important. So if you say, Ricky, look, I want 5 hours, or I want 10, or I want a day, or I want a week, or I want a month, the system is scalable to you. So that it's all about the math for us. So once we come to your house, do a site visit, and we know what you're dealing with and what you want to run or what's important to you when the power goes, we tailor it to you. Because the generator, past tense, the regular ICE internal combustion generators, well, you could have a 10K generator or 20K generator. The problem with that is when power goes, yes, you're getting your power, but you're only using your washer maybe a little bit, or doing a little bit of you're running your fridge, or you're just running 1 or 2 devices. but you're burning all this power to supply something very small. That's the difference between these systems. Now, one other caveat is that during a storm, and no one should never run their generator during a storm if it's exposed to the elements, right? 50% of that water and rain and so forth is salt. That gets inside your stator, it's turbulent, it's, conductor, it will blow that up, right? Great thing about these, put up your hurricane shutters, close up, especially this guy. Normal, life is normal. I run my AC, comfortable, whatever's going outside is going outside. I don't want it inside. And you want to enjoy you just have a comfortable atmosphere at least inside, and you should. Again, we have a lot of mature folks, we have children, we have little babies and so forth. We want that environment to be much more comfortable. And this is where these segment of battery backups come in, is that you want that sustainability, you want that comfort, and you want that scalability. Now, keep in mind, when we talk about scalability, this is, if everybody can see, and you might not be able to, but on the top is our inverter, and the bottom is a battery. And this particular system could go up to 15 batteries. Its big brother looks just alike, not the same, just a little bit more power. That one could go up to 30 batteries, okay? So whether it's your garage or a nice little closet area that's, enclosed, that's nothing in it, we can put that into that room, okay? Now, before I go any further, do we have any questions? Good question. Good question, good question. And again, on the whole house or the portable, or just overall? Because we go from $89 all the way up, okay? And I would... No, but no, they're pretty much, like I said, the ranges are, because we have people that purchase this system. Like what you see here on the stage, the inverter and the battery, right? That with no smart panel by itself is about $5,400, a little bit over that. Now, those that are homeowners, while the money lasts, the Energy Office does offer a rebate to you, okay, once you qualify. So they'll give you $300 per kilowatt hour, up to $6,000 back on the system once you qualify, and that's a program that they do offer. So I would absolutely, look into that and so forth, okay? And you could always call us for further details, or you go onto the Energy Office website. Another question.
Let's say you have 30 batteries backed up with the system.
Sure.
It just takes one inverter?
No. If you're going to 30 batteries, you're going to require 3 inverters. Okay. So each one of these can handle, on the Delta Pro Ultra X, each one can handle 10 batteries stacked. It's a good question. And that's going to be a total of 180 kilowatt hours. So if you look on your WAPA bill, there's going to be a kilowatt hour total for the month, just divided by 24. And that will tell you like how many kilowatt hours you're using every hour. And then you can just say, hey, well, okay, I want minimum 5 hours or so forth. But what I try to do is, once I get that number, I'll multiply it by 20% to 40%, because you never want to charge your batteries to 100%. You can, it's not going to harm it, but over time it will, right? So you want to charge it to about 90%, and this is what this one suggests, and then just charge it to 10% if needed. But when you have that multiplied by 20 or 40, then you're not even touching the zeros or the 100. Please.
Do they give any health issues in a closed space?
Oh, not at all. It's zero emissions. Absolutely. That is a good question. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
In relation to the solar panel, are they scalable as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What would be your recommendation for one unit without the extended battery? How many?
Gotcha.
Solar panels would one need?
So, right. So that's a very good question. The max on this one is 5,600 watts per inverter, okay, or 16,400 if you have 3, okay, on this particular system. The other one above that, you could go all the way up to 24,000 watts of solar panels. So for me, right, on the max on that, depends on the size of solar panel. So if you have a 400 watt panel or a 500 watt panel, you'll divide that into the max, and that'll tell you how many panels. And it all depends on your roof size. The portable ones?
Yeah, what does that?
This one, okay, these portable panels are more geared towards your portable systems here, right? Which are great. Now, this is a 220 volt bifacial. That means it charges from both sides. Really good panel, but I would more something at this size cater towards these smaller units.
And it's recommended to install it exactly the way that you have it.
Which one? The panel?
Is that how it's supposed to be?
No, you want to pitch it. You want to pitch it to an angle, and they said it depends on where your location is, and you want to capture as much sun as possible, and face south. You can, but when you pitch it more, and when you look on your phone or your laptop or your computer, and you download the EcoFlow app, you will actually see the actual harvest of the energy. So as you tilting it and so forth, you will see the actual increase of the induction of watts. Go ahead.
You mentioned the degradation of charging
Over time, correct.
Expand that a little bit. How many charging cycles on average? And over, let's say, a 5-year period.
Okay.
How much degradation?
That's a good question. When you do come out to our showroom at Tiller Gardens, right? What he's asking is charging a battery all the way to 100% and discharging. That's a cycle, and you get but so many cycles. All our cell phones, anything battery based, has a threshold limit, right? What we do personally is we give out a chart matrix on our battery system. So that helps you as a customer to get the most out of your battery. And I'll give you an example. I could be off a little bit, but Kamari helped me and so forth. If you charge this system to 100%, this is without solar. Charging 100%, discharges 0. That's going to give you, in terms, 9.6 years before it starts to degrade. That means it's not going to charge to 100% after 9.6 years. It's going to charge to 94%, 90%, and then after that, it'll go lower and lower and lower till it ceases to be functional. Now, if you charge it to 90%, which the manufacturer recommends, that's going to give you 16.4 years. And if you charge it to 85%, that's going to give you 19.2 years, okay? Now, we talked about clean electricity, right? It's important because the reason why it's so short to me is because it's mechanical energy, converting over, trying to, keep it clean sideways, right? If you charge it with solar this time, and you go to 100%, now you're looking at, let's see if you've been listening. How many?
19.2 years.
19.2 years on 100%. If you charge 90% with solar, now you're looking at 32.4 years. And if you charge it to 85% using solar, now you're looking at nearly 40 years before you start to see that degradation. So that's a very good question you asked. Can I get somebody else? Yes. Gotcha. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second so everybody can hear.
For me, what I need is the fridge plugged in, possibly 2 lights, and definitely the fan. Maybe the radio. What would I need?
Awesome. Good question. So when a customer comes in our store and they just have those concerns, just those needs, and particularly just that, because it's simple. It's simple. You don't need a whole house backup situation, right? We'll point you into, depends on your fridge, because your fridge and mine is going to be totally different. Mine might just suck energy and back 20 years ago. You're going to look at something between any one of this one, or that one. Now, this fan is plugged in right now, right? And we've kind of been running this all morning, so let's just take a look here. All right, so it's saying it's 98% battery capacity right now, as it is, running this fan. But it's telling me that we have 20 hours and 7 minutes before it depletes this battery, okay? So this big boy is going to actually give you several days. So it all depends. And what you do when we come into the showroom, and the reason why we established the showroom is because we want to give customers real-world experience, real-world hands-on what to expect. Because it's fair. I could come up here and tell you anything, or I could read numbers or whatever, but it's important that you interactively experience and see exactly what's going on. Because at the showroom, you plug it in a fan. You're plugging in a microwave. You're looking at the fridge, the hot plate, all these things that you use. So you need to see it in real-world situations, what to expect, and to be fair, because we cover the warranty. Once you buy it through us, we cover your warranty. The warranties on the batteries like 5 years, and inverters like 7 years, smart panels like 10 to 15. So it's important. If we can't fix it, we have to replace it. So we have to get it right, and it's important because in our mind, you might say, well, Mr. Norman, I just need just this. But I'm gonna tell you now, in my head, I'm calculating to exceed that, because I want you to be more than satisfied. I want you to have exactly what you need and beyond that. There's another question. The panel's the bonus, because this chart, you can plug this into the wall and it'll charge, and power goes, it's going to automatically feed that. The panel's just a bonus, because truly and really, you really want from 6 p.m. till the sun comes back out about 7, 8-ish, or whatever, then the panels just start to replenish. But that nighttime, that time from 6 till 7 a.m., that's the part that you want battery power. So when you're looking for battery, like, you know what, I want to sleep comfortably. I want to relax. I want to just have my creature comforts, whatever they are. But you want that battery time to, be comfortable. Please, yes.
So this whole system here, after the storm.
This one.
Regular house, 4 bedroom, for 3 days?
Okay. I'm going to help you out a little bit, okay?
And then I'm thinking the storm comes, well, not even one per se. So the things got blown on. Yeah, I got a big voice now. You hear me?
Yeah. So the storm comes, and 2 weeks later we still have power. Whatever solar was on the roof is gone. So what's the solution then?
3 months we have one.
Yes, good question, because we've all been there, right? And that right there is really why I wanted to find that type of solution. And yes, this is capable, because remember, it's 7 different ways to be sustainable. Very important, because you can't get fuel, what? You're out, right? Sun's going to come out most of the time. It's going to really come out. But it doesn't stop there, because if your car is available, yeah, you could continue, to have something. But we always scale, because you mentioned you have your house is pretty big, right? You're not powering the house, you're powering devices, and it's important to find out what those devices eat, so we can feed them efficiently. So it's very important. So once I have that number, because chaotic linear is just numbers. Once I have that number, I can calculate what size battery bank you need, and then go beyond that. It's all math. It's really easy for me, I was saying, but I can help you with that to accomplish the goal. The other part of the equation is for me to know what you need, what you require. It's up to us to fit that bill and exceed it.
Question. Okay, so I don't know if you already mentioned this.
How exactly is this tied into the house? Can it be tied in like an automatic generator, or is it just manual? How does that work?
Thanks. That's a great question as well. So the system comes with, you could purchase a smart panel, okay? Now, everybody has a service panel, breaker panel in their house that hasn't changed in over 100 years, okay? These wonderful engineers says, we can do better. We'll give you that. You could go in and breaker trips, you can reset it and so forth. But we're going to make that automatic. 98% of our customers that purchase this system, our biggest problem, I'm going to be honest with you guys, is that they don't know when the power goes. They have no clue. And they'll be doing everything and oh, Mr. Norman, I didn't know the power went. And this is, and exactly. So that is, and that's customers that, right now we're going to be implementing a battery aftercare or a aftercare program subscription, which will help those customers. We'll be able to monitor, because the system does notify you when the power goes. It is automatic and it's extremely fast. This one does it in 20 milliseconds. The big brother to this one that looks alike, that will do it in 10 milliseconds. Extremely, extremely fast, okay? And automatic. And that system, like I said, you could tell it, let's say this particular one, and it has 12 critical loads. whatever's important to you, and everybody else tells me they just want their Wi-Fi, and you said water pump. The millennials, they'll just say the Wi-Fi, and that's it. But nevertheless, whatever you want, 12 of the most important things to you is what that system, the Smart Panel 2, will control. Now, the Smart Panel 3 gives you 32 circuits of what's important to you, because some customers, I want everything. And you rightly should. Just got to pay for it. You know? Go ahead.
Just real quickly, what happens when it's a brownout? Not a full blackout, but it's just a brownout, because sometimes WAPA be doing that where it's like everything is running just low current, especially concerning like a major appliance like a fridge, because that's the greatest concern.
And that's a good question, because you see, what ends up happening, the system is constantly monitoring WAPA. Once WAPA goes, the system's job is to say, well, you're out of the game, let me take over instantaneously. Okay? It's not grid tied. It is not grid tied. It's incapable, this version, and the X is incapable of sending power back to the grid. All right? So it's all plug and play or connected internally. It has nothing to do with WAPA. WAPA's acting up. This system just takes over and gives you pure, clean electricity. Any more questions? Go ahead. You're roughly, the small systems, you're roughly, $300, 300 and change and up, you know? And then below that is going to be your portable systems that Kamari mentioned. Mm-hmm. And then we do if you go onto our website, right, www.backitups.com, if you see a system that you like or you want, or you have any questions, you call us or whatnot. At checkout, we do offer financing, okay? So if you go onto the website, you might see at checkout, it'll be available payment options. Click on that. You'll see Afterpay, Affirm, PayPal, Finance, and so forth. So if you're part of one of those, payment programs, then it'll segue into it. Mm-hmm. Yes?
I think you mentioned earlier that you connect these to solar panels, but you didn't explain how that works.
Oh, the smaller systems?
So how do you connect that generator to the solar panel?
Good question. Okay. So this particular one right here has a cord, right? Pull that out. Pull out the cord if you don't mind. And Kamar is actually going to demonstrate actually how easy this stuff is. And the systems are designed to be super, super simple. All of them, even including this one, and we'll demonstrate that in a minute. All right. So, well, there's an extension that we do sell for this particular one. But regardless, when you plug it in, the extension cord just plugs right into here. That's it. That little orange plug, same deal with this. That little orange plug for the portable systems, you plug into that. Now this big guy, you will plug it into here and here. This side does low voltage, solar, and this side does high voltage, the ones you go on the roof for a pergola or something like that. But it's just plug and play. All your solar is plug and play. Now I'm going to demonstrate how easy this is to upgrade. So let's say you got the whole house system and you call us and you're like, listen, I need to get a new battery and so forth, because some of the bigger systems that I installed, they were designed for the techs, not for the homeowner. The problem with that is if you needed to move or relocate, that system is staying right where it's at, and after you invested that. So that was a big problem. Also, if you wanted to upgrade it, you have to call the technician. And that's also a problem, because I could be on a cruise or enjoying myself, and then that disenfranchises you. That's not a good situation. So we're going to demonstrate, hold the mic for Anita. We're going to demonstrate how easy this is to upgrade, because all you're going to do is call us, hey, I brought a battery online, we'll see it, we'll say, come pick it up, or we deliver. And this is how it is. No, that's it. I'm going to, hold on one second. Okay, on the side of this is the plug that connects the inverter to the battery. If you guys can see, because some of us have children and some of us have grandchildren and Airbnb guests that like to be kind of handsy, it comes with a lock. So nobody can tamper with it and pull it off. So safety is embedded in these things because you have to make them childproof. Also, when it's connected to the smart panel, it disables these buttons because kids are going to want to push buttons, including ours, okay? All right, so once that's done, Kamari and I'm going to do this by myself. You know, the young man is strong, but I still got it going. You know what I'm saying? All right, so you're going to pull it off like a Lego, and then you're going to put the battery on top of it, and that's basically it. Really, really simple. Really easy, and that's what you want, simplicity. You don't need any complex where, oh, the engineer, can you come down? And it's going to hold you hostage. You don't need to be held hostage in today's technology. There's no way in 2026 you're carrying a smartphone and you cannot carry your home or business with you. There's no way. It doesn't make sense. Earlier this year, I went to China. I'm going to tell you my truth. China is what America could have been and should have been. But I'm going to tell you what the Virgin Islands will be. This is our next generation. They're going to bring it, and they're going to bring it well. So we're here to support them because they're going to make our lives easy. All right? Thank you. Any more questions before we go? Oh, go ahead.
How much is that?
70 pounds. 70 pounds, yeah.
And your brother?
What about 48 pounds, but I can get you the specs.
And all the batteries weigh the same amount?
Yes, all the batteries weigh the same amount. Correct. Go ahead. Yes, the batteries at the bottom. $2,500 per battery. The inverter is about 2,000. Yeah. I did. Yeah. So we are located. You know where Industrious Auto Parts is in country? Okay, our location is on the left side. That building on the left, across from Junior's Bakery. Good bakery stuff, by the way. I'm gonna give him a plug. But we're located on the upstairs upper level. Okay, just come in the showroom. Our operation hours are Tuesdays to Friday, 9 to 4. Saturdays, 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. And our number, which we have some brochures and cards out there, but it's 340-626-2611. I really thank you all for your time and just looking at the next generation of generators and battery backup system. If you have any questions or any concerns, please reach out to us and we'll be able to help you guys out. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ricky and your team. You guys were phenomenal. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Everyone, I just want to make a quick announcement. It is now lunchtime. There is food being served in the restaurant at the back. When you exit out of here, you make a left, go through the exit door, keep going on the left. There's a restaurant there. You can go on in there, grab something to eat, and you have time to walk around, question the exhibitors, etc. And we'll regroup here at 1:30. At 1:30, Bayou Homes is the lady that came in from the UK, Ella Adams. She's going to be here doing her presentation at 1:30. At 2:30, World Island Homes is going to be here. World Home Island is going to be here doing their presentation. And at 3:30, CICFS, the folks that flew in from Puerto Rico, will be here doing their presentations. So everything will be in this room after lunch. Lunch is through right here. Go right through here. It's inside. You access from inside. Vanessa, kind of lead the way. Thank you. We'll see you back here, guys, and thank you so much for being here with us.
Button my work pants anymore. I had to buy new ones. 2 sizes bigger.
When did the wage start piling in?
6 months ago. Out of nowhere.
And during exhibit time, guys, you can go upstairs to Bayou and Estate Shield upstairs. While you're munching, there's a nice comfy area to sit and listen to whatever they have to say about their companies upstairs with your lunch.
for insurance as well. So that goes hand in hand with all of those things. Again, we have a clear partnership with the local contractors, so we work alongside them. We don't do their job, but we're always there to support them, and I do think that also helps because we want to support the USVI community and economy and make sure that local firms, local trades here are still being supported alongside our involvement in the island. So this is a quote from that lovely steel structure that I showed you. These are Love City Strong, for those who don't know, an NGO over in St. John. And we are helping them rebuild a home for a family that lost their home a very long time ago in the hurricane. And they've been living in a very small portion of their home, and we're helping them along with the process, getting them to where they need to be. And it's a good example of an affordable home and how we can make these homes work for everybody on the islands and not just someone very specific. So this is what we think is more important, not just how cheap the home can be, but how resilient we can make it and how we can support everybody here and all of these communities. So does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
This does not include assistant.
No, usually that's done by the GC, but we do help the planning and all of that it's part of all of the plans and the architectural structure engineering. It's included in all of those. So you might not put it in, but we're there for the assistance with that.
So once the system is built, then you will design the house around that.
It doesn't have to be, we don't have to design it around that as long as we know we're going to include it in the plans. So it's fine. That will be included in all of the architectural drawings and engineering. Okay, sorry.
Does the project include plumbing and electrical?
No, it doesn't. No, that's all done by the local contractor.
Anyone else?
What's your average price per square foot?
Around $250 a square foot.
That's good. Anyone else?
If you already have plans designed for a home, can we bring the plans to you and you design the home based on the plans that we have, or we have to get the plans?
No, you bring us your plans, and we do have to adapt it obviously to our system and everything, but we can use your plans, and also it's included either way, so anything that you did want to change from your existing plans, that's also completely doable.
But what does your warranty package look like?
I'd have to look into that more in detail, but anyways, you can also come and see me upstairs, and I can give you an email for you to contact me, and I can get you all of the details on the warranty package.
Where else in the Caribbean is this project?
So we have 2 in Eleuthera, 2 in Exumas, 1 in Cat Island, another that's being designed in Albany in the Bahamas as well. We did one as far as American Samoa, which is not the Caribbean, but it is still the same kind of place. And in St. John, here in St. Thomas as well. So pretty much everywhere.
How old is this company? Less
than 10 years.
I noticed that you don't have to have a flat roof, right?
No, you can choose to have a pitched roof. Okay. It's completely design choice. Yeah.
Anyone else? I'll get back and forth and I'll come to you.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you have a structure set up for help with financing this particular project?
We don't do the financing ourselves. We provide all the documentation needed for financing on your end. Obviously, that varies depending on the bank or what kind of entity you're doing it with, but we aid in that as much as possible, let's say. All of our documentation should be enough to go through to allow for financing.
So do you have something set up for the citizens that are senior citizens who are looking to work with you on repairing, redoing their home or building a home?
We don't have a system in place specifically, but obviously we're willing to work with any budget and any, different type of circumstances. So it just depends. If you need financing or anyone needs financing, then you have to go to the bank, and do it that way, and we'll aid with it as much as possible.
And also, sir, for your question, you also want to tap into any other programs that are available locally as well. You can always call Housing Finance Authority. And also, they'll be presenting in St. Croix tomorrow, but ARP also does talk about different assistance that there are on Saturday in St. Croix. Different assistance for seniors and retrofitting and rehabbing and fixing and things like that. So there'll be different avenues where you can tap in with housing finance, but definitely contact our local ARP office, and Pamela is very educated on things that are available for seniors as well.
Is there a consultation fee, or it is free to come and meet you and sit down and talk with you?
No,
Is there a fee?
no, it's free.
Is there, and this is maybe directed more to you, is there a mechanism for vets to do construction loans?
Well, I believe with that as well would be when you talk to your bank, when you go to an approach the bank, let them know that you are a veteran, and a lot of times they will tell you what types of options there are that are available for vets. So and they'll say, is it a VA loan? Is it this? Is it FHA, X, Y, and Z? So there are different types of funding options that are available for vets as well, but check with them.
And also you can check with your local veterans office. They will work with you in that respect. That's why they're there, to serve. Anyone else? That's it? All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ella. That was very insightful. We appreciate you flying all the way from the UK to meet with us. And Ella's station is upstairs, right across from Estate Shield. So if you do want to sit down and chat with her a little bit while she's here and available in the flesh, she will be upstairs. You can tap in if you have any further questions. In a few minutes, we're a little bit early, which is great. World Island Homes is going to be on. I'll see if I can get them to start a little bit earlier as well, okay? So in the meantime, if there's any bathroom breaks, anything, I know you had a lot of great food to eat. Also, I'd like to say thank you to our caterers. Right. That was some good food. Premier Catering. Young Virgin Islander, okay? He did a great job. So please look him up. I'm going to pull up his number and I'll see if I can mention that for you guys, and everybody can put that in your phone. He was very willing and ready to handle this for us. And he did a fantastic job. I said about 3 things. I need a meat, I need a fish, and he just added in extra things to make sure you guys were covered today. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. For those, while we are waiting for World Home to set up right, I'm going to have VIHFA come up and just give some reminders in terms of some of the programs that folks have spoken to and other information while we're killing some time. We're keeping it moving here. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing today? Huh? Lunch must have been great. All right, I'm here from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. How many people in here wants this home ownership dream? Al? You talking for yourself or you talking for everybody? Oh, I don't know. Some people might just come to get information. Some people might just come to help a friend, you know. That's true too. It starts with you. Okay, Housing Finance Authority, we do many different things. We have programs for first-time home buyers. In order for you to be eligible as a first-time home buyer, your name cannot be on a deeded property. If it is on a deeded property, you have to remove your name or sell that property and wait 3 years. Then you can come to us and be eligible. You have to, but at the end it's your choice. If you want it bad, then you won't do it. All right. Well, some people want more than one piece. For everybody, I get a piece at the rack. Okay, so some of the requirements at Housing Finance Authority: you must be a first-time home buyer. You must have actually, I had my prices. That prices I could have given away, but that's a long walk back up the hill. Okay, I'm giving away prizes today. I'm going to take your name and I'm going to make sure I get your prizes to you. Anybody could tell me without looking or Googling it, what's the minimum score at Housing Finance Authority you need in order to be eligible? You can raise your hand. Everybody can get. Okay, Maul, I owe you a gift, Maul. Miss Sister, we could write on her name. I owe her a gift. Anybody could tell me what's the earnest deposit, minimum earnest deposit we require? Miss, write her name down for me. Let me see. How many years of taxes do we need from you? For the moment? Okay, next thing. What are some of the services? Give me 3 services we offer at Housing Finance Authority. Raise your hand. What did you say? Wait, I sent those out. What did you say? No, what the first thing you say? You say education? What kind of education? All right. What's your name? Charmaine. I'm going to go get you the gift and bring it back for you. Who else answered the next one? What kind of counseling we do? All right. What's your name? Elizabeth. I'm going to go get the stuff and come back. So when I come back, make sure you come and see me before you leave. And one more thing. I need one more answer. Kind of yes and no. How long is the class? 11. Who said 7? Well, you don't answer already. So half and half, so you can get out of half. What's your name? Huh? Webster. Oh, you said Webster too? Okay. I owe all of you a gift. Okay. Name 3 type of programs we have at Housing Finance Authority. 3. Raise your hands, please. No, VI Science is not us. Wrong. That's EDA. Okay, we used to, so I could give you credit for that. What's your name? Mr. Donovan? I can't see the light in my eye, but you can stand up. I can see if you stand up. Wait, hold on. Huh? No, programs. What's the different programs? We have 5 different programs. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. I want you to stand up. What was it? What did you say? Yes, we have land purchase. So at Housing Finance, we do land loans in-house as long as the land, we finance up to 50,000. So if you find a piece of land that's 50,000 or less, we can finance it in-house. For 10 years, you pay it off only, you don't have no penalties. If it costs more than 50,000, you would either have to get some a gift letter from a friend or use some savings, and we'll still purchase it in-house for you. Juanita, oh yeah, gift. Juanita is another name, Mr. Webster. Give me another program we have. Yes.
Yes, you do.
Okay, I could give you credit for that, Dylan. I could give you credit. But that wasn't the answer we're looking for. Yes. Oh, I am sorry. Okay, so what I'm going to do is when they put a hand up, I'm going to walk to them and give them the mic so they can answer me. 3 minutes? Okay, wait. One more. Let me see. Anybody could guess the minimum household income for St. Thomas? Hands up. How you know that?
I took my notes. 30,900.
Correct. And what's the maximum?
243,600.
I owe you a gift, Tana Richards. All right, round of applause for everybody. Good job, participation.
See that? That's spontaneous. Thank you so much for that. Now we're going to have World Homes. World Homes is going to do their presentation. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian, the COO here with World Homes. First of all, just want to, Senator Blyden, thank you so much for inviting us, allowing us to engage in the conversation. Really appreciate all that you're doing. The core of what we are and who we are is why we're here, right? And so really appreciate it. Ashani, thanks for all her hard work, bringing this all together, and thank you guys. Really appreciate you guys coming here, allowing us to engage in the conversation, show a little bit more about who World Homes is. We encourage and invite questions and comments, and we look forward to really engaging with you guys as after we kind of present here. So again, my name is Brian Klein, COO here at World Homes. At the core of who we are and what we do is resilient, affordable housing. We want families in homes, and we want them to not break the bank to do it. We want them in homes for generations. And so as you guys learn a little bit more about the system that we have put together over the last 14 years, we hope that it kind of invites some intrigue, maybe some excitement, maybe some questions. And so, again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here. I want to invite Charles up. Charles is our president and founder of World Homes, and we'll be able to talk you through exactly how and all we have put together. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Charles Evanston here, first-time caller. Thank you for bringing us to Virgin Islands and allow us to showcase what we're doing. Some of you might have been here a little bit earlier, so a little bit of background on ourselves. This endeavor was 14 years of research. My background is large-scale manufacturing, which allowed us to bring in a great team that has done high-scale, high-volume, high-tech materials for the last 30 to 40 years. And bringing this team together has really allowed us to look at how can we build better homes than standard manufactured homes, things that can be stronger than just average concrete. And we move into what we call World Homes, or EWH, or extreme weather homes. So we're going to talk about this today. So often when you have your standard home construction, you often have total loss if it's stick construction. Not down here that you guys do that, but when you look at totality around the world, we have issues with environmental catastrophes. You have medium damage in concrete, and where we're looking at is minimal structure damage. We're talking maybe windows or something like that, not the full structure. Then when you look at build time or rebuild time, 20 to 40 years, you're rebuilding structures. In concrete, it's around 50 years of rebuild time. And then we move into what we're working towards is 200 years life cycle of a home. And then when we look at other issues, we're going from 32% of all homes are vulnerable currently, as the way FEMA looks at it, in structures or rebuilt. And we increase our 2 to 5 times in reducing of traditional manufacturers of stick build in life cycle strengths. So we're improving efficiency, we're improving material science, we're improving the structure, all in all. So what we're building is, this is a rendering of one of our models that we built in Miami in our warehouse that Senator Blyden and his team was able to come out to and view. And what we're really showcasing is a couple key pieces, and it's all technology based. Your standard home, typical build time is about 420 days. If you're lucky, that's 14 months, 16 months. In our time frame, we're talking about 30 to 90 days for complete construction from start to finish. So you get to move in 30 to 90 days. And there's some variances in that. There's flat work, which is your construction on the ground. We do our foundational pieces that get built into it. But those, in general, 30 to 90 days is a great cycle time to get into a house, not your traditional year or more. As far as strength of materials, this is something that's unique. Your standard concrete, and maybe some of you, I'm going to get technical, and I apologize, as I'm going to nerd out on this. The standard concrete you build with is 3,400 PSI, which means pounds per square inch. Our concrete is 10,000. And the reason we are able to do that is we're using military-grade technology in residential commercial material. And how we get away with that is we're adding an additive that's called graphene. And graphene is a carbon molecule that allows better bonding on a molecular level of the material. So it's a stronger material, and concrete is compressive in its strength. 10,000 means pushing down on how much strength it has. Usually in a standard home, if you had a strike on the side, they call that a shear force. So how does it break moving sideways? And when something moves, it's not only on the front side, it's on the rear side. Your traditional concrete is 112 to 120 PSI in its shear force. We're at 1,200. So we're order of magnitude better. And we also remove one of the biggest issues with concrete is rebar. We take rebar out, which actually causes spalling and degradation internally over the years of your concrete structure. So by adding graphene in, not only get a stronger material, it lowers the cost, because rebar is a cost outside of your concrete. Excuse me. So with the better concrete and strength, we also get a couple of other advantages. It's not as permeable as traditional concrete. Leaches water in it, sucks it in over time, and that gets to your rebar and causes it to corrode. We have 2% permeability, which means only 2% can penetrate into the surface area. It's a very low permeability. On top of that, we add in a coating, which is a Shurtcrete coating. So on the outside of our surface, we'll coat it, and now it's hydrophobic. Anybody familiar with hydrophobic, the terminology? Yeah. It's scared of water, right? So being hydrophobic, think of it like a wax on your car. When you put a good wax on, the water beads. The water is going to bead on the surface and shed really quick. all of this material, we're reducing the cost in the volume. The one part, we're not the perfect house for the ones and twos. That's not us. But if we work with a community, and let's say half of you are ready to buy homes or want to build, and we get towards 100 homes, now we're at the scale. And we start rowing together in the same direction. Instead of one at a time trying to get somewhere, work as a community, build better, stronger communities because we have volume play behind us. And when we start getting there, our costs go down. And we can drop the cost per square foot significantly. We'll get into that a little bit later, but this is all designed, the more we build, not only here in the Virgin Islands, but what we build in the U.S., affects everybody's price point going down. And that's not normal for a home builder, right? Usually it's start low, goes high. We want to start at our price and keep going down. Our goal is to build 1 million homes. We do that, we know 10 years from now, we could reach $150 a square foot with 1 million homes. That's affordability. We're not there yet, and we're going to be a little bit higher than that, but it's a pathway that we all are part of. This is interior layout of our standard one bedroom, and it can be 1365, it can be 975, it could be as small as 700 square feet. Because the way we build our modules in 4-foot lengths, we can expand the bedroom or we can decrease the bedroom. We can expand the living room, we can decrease the living room, which is really nice configuration. A lot of houses aren't designed where you can expand and contract. We also have a very wide walkway, which is 4 foot wide, not 3.5, so it's true ADA compliant. Gurneys, wheelchairs can actually get through here, and they meet ADA turnaround capability even in the shower area. And it's important to us that, again, if you start either now or later, you're going to grow into the home and you're going to have full functionality now or later. And doing ADA accessibility later on is usually hard because too small or the doors don't allow you to do it or there's other reasons that keeps making it hard. All of our doors are pocketed so we don't kill space. They slide away. The roof size, it's very large when you walk in. It's 12 foot tall. And we do that for a reason. We spent, with our advisor, John Ruggles, using neuroscience and applied neuroscience. What it shows is the lower the roof, the more you can get compressed in your subconscious, which increases your heart rate and your stress. So think about when you come in a building and it's slow and you just feel like you shouldn't be there, your subconscious is actually saying, I don't like being here. So we apply that to our design. Elevate the roof, make it feel wide, you're happier, you're less stressed, and then we work on coloring, and I'll show the coloring a little bit later and explain that, but if we're fixing some things here, we should fix everything. That's the way we look at it. Another example, you don't get to see this usually, but what does the house look like at night? Looks like that. Going back to daylight. It's a character of the home. When you buy a home, we want you to have pride in it, and we drive home to it. It's kind of exciting to see something at night. What is it going to look like? Are you going to have sidelining or you're not? Doesn't mean you have to do it right now, but you can build onto it. It's how do you build that dream home? Then we go to a 2-bedroom. We just saw the one, but what if you could expand on the same house? We now have it set up so you pop your window out, you add a module in, and now you have a 2-bedroom. 5 years down the road, a month down the road, 10 years down the road. First expandable house in the marketplace. And it's all designed to work together. We're also doing something that's unique on the electrical. We do wiring harnesses, just like your car. We can wire a house in 2 hours. Yeah. I'm just getting the energy out, you know. So how do we do this? You're going to ask that. Think of a USB cable. Has a pre-designed connector that's male and female and only can plug in one way, not the other way. Earthquake rated springs. This technology is over 30 years old and is in every retail center that JCPenney built, AD&F, Dillard's. They've been using it for years. Why don't we have it in our homes? It's already UL listed. It's already safe. So we looked at off-the-shelf solutions to apply to build better, faster, with higher quality. And that's just one example, because we are human, and even an electrician can make a mistake, didn't twist nut it right, didn't good ground, a good plane, and for a while it's okay. Vibration happens or something comes loose, and then you shock yourself trying to wash your dishes. It's fun, sometimes, but we don't want it all the time. So now we're starting to see that we can expand, we can do more than 2 bedrooms. Let's go into a larger module system. So we go from 2 night and day. You can add a window if you want to, as an example. Again, a little bit different look. Now we jump into the 3 bedroom. Still basically a 2 bedroom, now we have a living room instead. We drop out our 2 bedrooms over here, so now we have 3 bedrooms, 3 bath. And the reason we do this configuration may be a little bit confusing on the outside, but if you remember, I talked about the matrix system of our plumbing. We run in direct lines. So we make it easy so we can connect our plumbing, so when you add on to it, it's very easy to add on to it. All sliding doors, again, the windows pop out. We're working on certification on our windows. We're moving towards polycarbonate instead of glass. We're working through certifications with Florida. Once it gets certified in Florida, they're certified everywhere. The advantages of going to polycarbonate windows: 1/3 the cost, 1/3 the weight. And they can be repaired. Scratch it, impact it, get a buffer, polish it. Now it looks like new. Can't do that with glass. You get impacts, you're going to replace it. And that 1/3 cost reduction, maybe at some point, big hurricane comes through, we can't stop a large tree going through a window. And you got water intrusion. You can do coverings, but if that happens, now you're at 1/3 the cost to replace a window than what it was previously with the glass. Doesn't mean it's not a bad material, but again, in the US, we haven't applied some of these technologies currently. Dubai, Singapore have been using polycarbonate in their high rises for 20 years. We're just catching up. And we're just applying a usable, smart way. This is an example of the exterior. Nighttime, daytime. What I want to point out is something unique that we can do. Outside, you're seeing some wood cladding here in direction. Also right here. Well, if I told you that you could replace that in 2 minutes. It's magnets. We use magnets. Rare earth magnets allow us to not only maintain holding force, but when you want to upgrade your look, you don't deconstruct or damage the wall, both interior or exterior. So you can change a whole interior look by adding wood or taking it off. If you want to add a different stone feature, you can do that. All of our surfaces, even the concrete, is paintable. We recommend mineral paints because they're safer for the environment. They give you a little bit of texture, but you can do that. But we can do lots of different things. Again, as you can see, we're adding in options and options. So I'm going to have to say, but wait, there's more. We can also do condo construction configuration. In this setup, as just one example, set up a community. Still looks beautiful. We have a 4-degree, again, like I said, pitch in the center of the roof, so the water is going to drain off. We can recapture that for cisterns. Or we can bring atmospheric water generation in. We're partnered with Tsunami. They're out of Seattle. Their systems will produce 200 gallons a day of fresh water. So now if water is an issue, getting access to it, you can generate it. And a lot of people aren't familiar with atmospheric water generation. It's like a dehumidifier, but scaled up. And there's more water in the air than there is in the oceans. We don't know that. Or at least we're not commonly thinking about it that way. So the way it works out, if all 8 billion plus of us were on atmospheric water generations, they did the study, it'd be 0.002% of the water in the air. So it's not access to water, it's just really getting the right technology to it. Another configuration, doing communities, how we can look at it. Again, we want to ask bigger questions. It's not just the home, and a lot of you may be building single homes, but if we're also going to develop communities, they need to be beautiful. And we want to make sure that the layouts are right, the looks are right, and when we're designing that, it goes to the interior. This is another side of neuroscience that's important for us. We're talking about good, better, best here. This is our standard entry level interior. You can buy it with the furniture or you don't, but the darker colors are on purpose. White is a dangerous color for your mind. White is dangerous for your mind. It actually shuts you off. If you think about it, why are hospitals and mental wards white? I'm teasing. But when you look at this, what is shown is the darker natural colors in the environment our brain likes. You feel safer in it. So as you go darker, moodier, think about it. Where do you hang out with your friends at? Are they usually really, really bright places where you're most comfortable at night with the mood lighting and you're comfortable? That's what your subconscious really enjoys. So when you apply these methodologies, doesn't mean you have to match the colors necessarily, but it's natural woods, concrete, stone, green, plants, all very effective to your subconscious. And that goes back to your stress level. So if you're reducing that and you're happier, reduce stress, better heart rate, you live longer, right? In theory. On the good, better, best, really what we're showing here is you can do a standard concrete exposure, you can do a painted exposure, or we're partnered with Casamani, which builds very beautiful wallpaper coating covers so you can have a beautiful print. We can customize the prints to anything that you want. It doesn't change, it's just they have to have a file so they can print it out and put it onto the wall. But that gives you customability that you never had before in your standard build. This is your dream house, not ours. Here's a good example of our model home that we rendered into a normal community. And I'm going to show you the difference in color. Some people are going to say, yes, they like white better than the gray, but white, gray. And the difference that I want you guys to see is contrast. When we look at something, our eyes see things in contrast. That's why white is not a good color for us. It takes away the contrast, and the surface starts looking more flat. Doesn't mean that this is a bad look at all, but that's just how it works. This is the actual model that we built that Senator Blyden got to come out and see. And you're going to see there's a sense of scale here. 6 foot tall, 16 foot outside. Large side windows. A lot of visibility into it. We have a little bit of architecture flair with a small window. We bump out to the bigger room, which is 16 foot or 24 foot, as we talked a little bit earlier. But here's our standard interiors. Real images. And this is on our website, worldhomesinit.com. You can go to and see a walkthrough video of this. With standard slotted wood ceilings. Our cabinets are made by Synergy. That's a local builder in Miami that build a lot of cabinets for high-end vendors. But these are all modular too, so you can pull in and out sections. You have a lot of high storage, so you can store up long-term and keep things that you want low-term down. We do a standard 36-inch range in our kitchen because a lot of people love to cook, and a 30-inch is just not quite big enough, and 36 is. A recent big development that we've had is we're now officially partnered with Bosch. Bosch is now our senior research and development partner. We can get anything they have in their suites, from their air conditioning to their appliances. Even though Bosch has standard entry level, if you want to upgrade, we have access to Thermador and Gaggenau now. Gaggenau may not be in everybody's price point, but it's a possibility. Again, when are you ready? How do you want to build your kitchen? You can do anything that's possible. And this kitchen's really designed for that. We even have a little hiding cupboard over here, so in the living room, you can store blankets or pillows outside of it. Waterfall. You can't see it on this image, but we have a waterfall design there on the side of the cabinet that matches the island. So we got to see how and what we do, and this is more explanation around our process flow chart, because this is where we get to that 30 days and how we do it. We have an engineered and designed structure. It's not architectural. We're bringing in and procuring graphene in very specific manufacturing processes that get distributed through our warehouse that would be local. We obviously are wanting to support local jobs. And we can train someone in 2 weeks to build a home. We simplify the process, and I prefer someone that doesn't have any experience because I don't have to untrain bad habits. But someone that's experienced is always welcome, of course. But as we build these processes through, we can accelerate with low technology, the build process, which gets you into a product in a short period of time that you can be happy and start experiencing with your family. Some of the ways that we're accelerating our build process is we containerize part of our flow. So our wire harnesses are already done. Our window cabinets are all into a cabinetry container. We drop it off on the site. They pull it out. It's all scanned and tracked. We built our own software, which is an ERP software. So when we're building, I know exactly where every single part is of that building real time. You scan it, it shows up. The best part about it is it doesn't show up just to me. For you as a buyer, you can watch it real time. We don't hide anything of what we're doing in our build process. Scanning a window, it gets installed, it's inspected. The city inspector sees it, the bank, you and us see it real time. No builder has ever done that. So by exposing these technologies, it keeps us on track. If you see something that was damaged, we can verify that it was replaced or repaired properly, and then we move on to the next segment of the build process.
How long?
What's that?
How long?
How long for?
On the construction.
Like I said earlier, it's about 30 days. Yeah. After the foundation has been poured. This is something that we thought, it's not just about house building, it's about community building. When we're coming in, we can train someone. We're just talking about that. We can train people in 2 weeks. We're bringing good, solid wages, entry level from $25 to $45 an hour. Over 350 plus jobs we think we can create in the Virgin Islands with a larger build process that we're working on. And what's the potential? We know there's more than thousands of homes needed, but it's not just us. It's going to be our competitors that have solutions that are going to be right for you. We may not be right for you. It's okay. We're just part of the solution. If we're all working and rowing in the same direction, if they're helping and we're moving with policies and permitting processes, improving all that, everybody wins. So it's not just about us, it's about the community. So getting close to wrap up really on the presentation. 30 to 90 day build times, as you were asking about. Increased concrete strength of 10,000 PSI. Increased permeability or reduced permeability. Extreme category 5 hurricane rated. Increased lifespan. We're reducing the risk around flood, fire, hurricanes. Easy to install plug and play electrical system. Lower maintenance costs. 30% to 50% reduction in your insurance, and it's pre-insured. And we can also help the workforce. So on that I think this is my last one. Yeah, my last slide. I'll open up to questions.
First question.
Yeah.
Can you build on top?
Do you want to pass it?
Remember, we're on the same page, guys.
Can you do a stackable with that property, building house?
So 12 stories or 15 stories, how big do you want to go?
How about we just make it 15? Think big.
No, 3 stories we're looking at without a problem, mostly because after 3 stories we have to do elevators per code. So that's a huge cost increase, but 2 to 3 stories, yes.
What's the price range?
Right now we're shooting for full retail without price of land or your flat work, just the square footage built out is around $325 to $375 a square foot. But that's where it matters on how many people are building. If we can get more people wanting to build at one time, we can get under 300 a square foot pretty fast. So we get close to 200 to 300 people that were building similar times. It's a volume piece for us. We want to cut it. Yeah.
What type of ventilation system do you have in the house? I noticed there are not that many windows, and if, for example, there's air conditioning and the electricity doesn't work.
Well, there's actually a lot of windows. Let me go back. Hold on a second. Let me go back on this one. Let me get to the floor plan. We have updated windows that weren't in this render. On the side, actually, I can talk about it on this slide. So the windows that we've been added, and this is part of the hurricane rating requirement that we went through for certification, is top and bottom of the windows will open. And these are full sliders. They fully collapse from the front to back, so the air can pass all the way from front to back of the house, and you can have insect screens on them.
So, I mean, would you recommend air conditioning for this type of house, or
you could?
You're relying mostly on the windows?
We actually have what they call heat pump cassette systems that are in the ceiling between our joists, so it does heating and air conditioning as part of the system. So you can do either or. You can do air conditioning. It's already built in the price. It's not very expensive. So if you want to keep it sealed, you can do air conditioning, or if you want to open it, you can let the air flow, especially during the evening when it cools down.
Okay.
So I actually have a bunch of questions for you, but I don't want to tie everybody up. I'm going to try to keep it short to the ones I really want to know. Now, with this particular structure, from what I'm hearing, it's almost bulletproof to the point where we would expect the insurance on such a property to come down. Correct. Now, I heard you mention it's going to be reduced by maybe 30%.
Yeah.
And what my question really is what was the parameters used to calculate that 30%? Because I think it should be greater than 30% savings on a house like this.
You're correct. We think we're getting closer to 50, but our initial conversations, and next time we're out here, we do want to have our locked-in partners here because they're the insurance experts that can talk to those numbers. I don't calculate those, and I can't say how they calculate those fully, other than the structure's stronger, as you're pointing out. It's easier to rebuild if there's some type of failure, because most likely it's going to be a wiring harness or a window. It's not going to be structure in a damage, or furniture, something like that. So those are part of the parameters. They don't feel that the structure is going to be compromised. And part of the conversation, most likely the most common insurance claims are going to be slip and falls.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is that this is something that is not in the zone that you can answer right now.
We know that they already approved it, and they're all pre-insured, but they can talk to that insurance parameter better than I, because we're not the insurance company. So I'll make sure we bring them in next time.
Now, you know we're living in a hurricane zone. Mm-hmm. And as a result of that, the windows that you have here, you know, now we've got to use shutters and different things to prevent breaches to our homes.
Correct.
These particular windows that you have, how resilient are they against hurricanes? Do I have to put anything up against them?
Yeah, they're already certified for Category 5. Polycarbonate has been built for a long time. They're half-inch thick polycarbonate. They have a similar R value to a two-pane gas-filled glass, because it's polycarbonate. It doesn't transfer heat in and out the same as glass does. But it's already rated. Manufacturers already did the testing years ago because they're using them in Singapore and Dubai. So they're already in hurricane zones or typhoon zones, which are similar.
Now, I heard you mention some issues about the color white.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that if the top of the roof is white, we get a greater reflection and greater cooling on the interior of the structure.
Yeah.
So are you saying that this white that you were kind of, what I should say, not endorsing, is only for the interior?
Correct.
Or are you talking about just the roof?
Interior.
Included?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, you still want to reflect as much heat as you can off the roof, right? Because it becomes a heat sink. You're not going to have as much heat transfer because, again, graphene does not transfer as much because it's not as porous in its transfer of energy as a thermal block, basically.
Is the citizens of the Virgin Islands getting any tax breaks on building a house like this?
No, we
Because
haven't gone
it's
that far.
energy saving, and
Yeah.
this is something that the government has been endorsing.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know on the local side. You might want to. Do you want to talk about it?
What's the question? After that, let's pack the mic because we have a lot of questions. But what's the question? Tax breaks? Oh, energy efficiency? Right now for house? No. But for other equipment in a house, yes.
We got two up here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Do you have a bank, like you have the insurance company? Do you have a bank associated with your company to finance these homes?
We not in the Virgin Islands yet. We're working on banks in the U.S. Yes, part of the process when you build fast, your typical entitlement can be 120 days or longer from a bank in their process and their construction loans. So this is part of the process that we are discussing as we build out here, is making sure the banks are ready. Most of them technically are now. There's some new systems that they've internationally have taken in the last year that will improve things faster. It's better for them. They like a quicker turnaround because they really don't like construction loans, because the longer it goes out, the more likelihood something could fail and they get stuck with a lot that's half built out. So quick turnaround is important to them. And on that note, you can save between $5,000 and $10,000 as an owner not taking so long to build, because those are insurance rates you're paying on a construction loan. So that's another savings that you get when you build fast.
Okay, so I have two questions. The first is a little personal. Born and raised here, most of the homes, even community developments that we have, it has a little bit more flair to it than what I'm seeing. Nothing against the design, I do love it. But what are we doing to personalize it to the tropical environment that we're living in? That's question one. And then question two is, in terms of the build out, because you keep emphasizing on the fact that the homes can be added on in terms of expanded in the bedrooms or what have you.
Sure.
But if you're dealing with solid 10,000 PSI concrete, all of that, like how is it so simply done with that kind of external infrastructure?
Young nephews or cousins. No, I'm just kidding. No, part of that is, our goal is to, be here, and in those expansions we should be supporting it, and we have local vendors that are already approved to help install those.
It's as simple as popping out a window that creates the hallway, and then it's as simple as popping out. It's as simple as popping out a window, that becomes a hallway, and the module goes right next to the existing wall.
Yeah, we're adding right onto the outside.
So it's literally adding on right to the side of the house.
Is there any thoughts in terms of?
Yes, no, the aesthetics. We've been working on designs. We're adding wraparound porches, because that's a very common piece up here, and adding a secondary bay window over here. We have to create a different header. We were trying to keep our components as simple as possible without variation, because every time we add more customability or changes and we're not doing enough volume, the cost increases. So we're trying to keep it simple at first. And I think over time we're going to add more features, but right now, to keep costs down, because every time you change a floor plan, you have to go back through permitting, get approval, pay another process fee. If we have one design, let's say we have 5 or 10 designs that everybody is kind of happy with, and those get permitted, that's the same drawing we keep on using. You have to go back through approvals and approvals on each home, because it's a known structure. So that's part of the process. It's not the normal, right? Because a lot of homes, they want to do a little bit of customization, and we get it, but we're not trying to deflect it as it's not important, but it changes costs. So those are the pieces that we're looking at, and we want to get there, but as our first flavors that we're offering are going to be these, and it might happen faster than we realize, because we have about 20,000 homes in our queue that we're working up on the U.S. And as the volume goes up, we're going to be doing changes there that we can bring here, but there's some rules that we have to sit with. I'm going to go back. Hold on 1 second. So there's a few rules we don't break right now. One is our panel width is 4 foot. our windows are 4 foot by 10, and this is a split window that we were talking about a little bit earlier. I forget, was it you or someone asked over here? Sorry on that. But we simplify that. Our beam width, so if we go to the next image, we have two standard widths that we work on, 24 and 16, and then 4 foot increments from there. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, you can go extension out 4 foot at a time, but we can't go less than 16 and we can't go more than 24 right now. And 24 is pretty big. It's about this room size right here.
Okay, I noticed that you have some mass in your walls, right? And limited steel. How effective is your structure in terms of earthquake?
Earthquake. We covered that a little bit earlier, but I'll go back and see if I can answer it a little bit better so it's clear for you. So in our wall, as far as earthquake construction, the mass is able to flex because of the graphene, and that's why we can get rid of the rebar. So we do get flexure, but we also have pins down here that are 12 inches into the bottom wall, and we're bolted at the top of the monolithic structure. So in an earthquake situation, the home is going to want to hop and shift sideways. So as far as code requires, there needs to be pins, and we've worked with engineers on this that are compliant in this area. We originally had 6-inch pins, and they wanted to have 12-inch pins. That allows, in case this hopped, it'd have to hop 12 inches, which is really hard because one panel is about 3,400 pounds. So as it moves up, that's one motion, and then a house also can move sideways. So our bonding layer is important, and we've solved that with our mortar. It's like a really heavy glue, if you will, at 24,000 PSI before it breaks free. So the panel will actually shatter before the mortar joint will shatter, which is really good, right? Because everything we're doing is we want to make sure it's structurally sound, safe for the family from top to bottom. Does that help a little bit? Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, everyone. In your presentation, great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Great design. Two questions. You talk a little bit about the cistern being separate and apart from the structure, as it not being underneath the structure. So, what is the perspective as to where now would you put the cistern as it relates to the physical structure itself? Because there are some restrictions relative to what you call excavation that we are challenged with, as well as the size of the plot that we might have.
Correct.
And then the next question I have is in regards to the roofing structure of the design.
Right here, right?
So is it flat?
No, it's 4-degree pitch.
Okay, 4-degree pitch.
Yeah.
So the issue now, it becomes the collection of the water and that system. Could you expound on that for us, please?
Yeah, so since we're just talking about the roof pitch real quick, the water, because of the hydrophobic coating that we have on top, sheds off very quickly into our drain system, and that goes down into a cistern or water collection methodology. You can use a first flush system if you want to. The first flush is actually more effective with the hydrophobic coating because the debris sheds faster and you get a cleaner surface, so your gray water is actually cleaner by the time it hits the cistern. And then remind me the first question again on where the cisterns are going, correct? Yes. Yeah. We do have open capability to put the cistern underneath, and we may have to do that. We just recommend it's easier to put it externally, and it depends again on the property. And this is some of the ongoing conversations that we're having with the government. Because if you have exterior, if there's an issue, it's easier to maintain or replace than having it as part of the structure. If there's a major failure or the water got contaminated, it's under the structure, and it's not as easy. We know it's a traditional out here on many islands. They've done cisterns underneath. It's just a different possibility. We maybe have to do that all the time, but we think we're pushing for external because, again, long-term replacement or repair is external. It's not underneath the structure. Does that help answer your question?
So, given those factors,
I can't hear you up here, sorry.
Okay, so given that answer, can it be that part of the structure be on the cistern and and the other part of it and the solid ground or on a platform?
Yes.
As a possible solution?
Yes, for sure. This can hold water underneath it. We just have to seal, obviously cast into the bottom so you have a sealed structure for the water to be retained for the cistern.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Oh, the question I have is going back to your insurance. You mentioned you were working with Lloyd's of London, I guess the parent company. What local companies are you talking to now?
Lockton handles that. I'll have to get, like I said, the representative to talk about the insurance because they handle all that. I don't know the local piece, but we have a regional gentleman that handles all Caribbean and South America.
Okay, because without getting the insurance rectified, we can't insure the home, and then the home wouldn't be affordable.
I met somebody today that is a local insurer, and they work with Lockton. So I actually met somebody locally. We can continue that conversation, but they partner with Lockton. Local insurance is actually partner with our insurer. Yeah. Is how it works. Yeah. I have the card outside.
Okay.
And I'm sure Brian can get you the information. You can find that out. I know you have another question too, and we have one over here. Sure.
My question is, you said 325, 375 as far as the square footage. That's just for the home alone.
Mm-hmm.
What is the shipping cost, and how does the shipping work?
No, that includes everything once it's done.
Oh, so that cost includes shipping?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because part of it will be work to be manufactured here. The panels, we will precast locally because they're too expensive to ship from the U.S., as an example. Our windows will have to come in from our manufacturer, our harnesses will, our cabinets. But this is another bigger piece that we've talked with the governor and Blyden's office is how can we do some of this construction or the manufacturing more local, and as we build more homes, we can build more units local.
Now, some of the citizens of the island may not all be interested in building an entire structure. Some of them might be interested in renovations or an addition. Is your company available for that as well, or is it just for building structures from the ground up?
Currently, structures from the ground up. We haven't set up for small. Yeah. Well, they're asking for pre-built stations. Yeah.
And I had a question in regards to cost. Me as an individual, you said it comes down if we have a community behind of us,
Yes.
right? But if me as an individual comes to you and I say, hey, I would like your 1 bedroom, 1 bath, how would I know if a community is also purchasing as well? Would the cost automatically change for me?
Yeah, we'd be showing that, and we want to keep that transparent. Just like as we're building, we're working on getting the numbers. There's some other projects we're not talking about quite yet, but it's a high enough volume that can get us into those numbers to start. And if we move up into those higher numbers, like if we could find to 1,000, we can get below 300 a square foot. So it's just like any community and volume. The hard part is if it's individual sites, right? Onesie, twosie is expensive. It always will be expensive. That's why we're trying to figure out how getting the information out, and thanks to Blyden's team on allowing us to come here and talk to you, just having discussions about how we get more people aware of it and see if we have enough interest there. Again, we know we're not the right solution for everybody, and we're not going to claim that. But we want to show that there's another option, because there's other companies here that are doing solutions too. But we're one option that we think is very viable down here.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. The 10,000 PSI concrete walls, the VI building code, the concrete is normally 3,000. If you're building a real strong house, it's 4,000 PSI.
Correct.
You're at 10,000. So being that you're twice the value what the code requires, could you get a discount on the price, or does it have to be 10,000 PSI walls?
It's a side effect of the graphene. It's a direct side effect. We get that capability. When it cures, this is a curing process for this material. Typical concrete, when we're talking about 34 to 4,400 PSI, that's by 28 days. That's its max compressibility or best strength. In 72 hours, we're already at 4,200 PSI in 72 hours. 14 days, we're 7,200 PSI. In 28 days, we've already reached 10. It's just a side effect of the material.
Okay.
And it's not a lot of material when we're looking at it. It's just a benefit of the material.
Okay, I just figure if you build to the code 3,000, you get a discount, but I got you.
Yeah. Well, if you said 3,010, we could have got it, but you just missed it.
Question on the additive. How is it added to the concrete?
It's during the pre-mix process. So we have a dosing machine that mixes into our batch plant. It's a proprietary mix that we do. We don't share it for clear reasons. If we do find someone actually using our product, it is protected that it would be stopped in 48 hours by the federal government. But this material is really good for, again, high strength of compressibility and impact, and that's what you really want for long term. Is, you know, Category 5 does throw a lot of stuff around at 165, 185 miles an hour continuous, and we may have to do shutters. We know that the windows work, and we have shutter designs already, and that may just reduce long-term impacts into the windows, but the windows are still going to be designed for Category 5. It's just all these totality of issues that happens in hurricanes. We're trying to make the best core structure reliable, and then even if water penetrates, the structure is not compromised, other than it needs to be washed out, or you're replacing cabinets, you're not replacing the structures. That's why the insurance gets expensive. They know they're going to replace a large portion of the structure or a roof again. And that's not just once. FEMA shows that they replace a structure on average 4 times in its life cycle that aren't designed correctly. So that's a lot of money that goes through rebuilding structures, that passes on to the insurance companies, and the cost goes up. So those are some of the things that we've been learning. I'm not saying we're the expert on all those pieces yet, but we've learned a lot on those edges.
That's all the question. Like, we have another demonstration, but I want to basically ask one question and clarify some stuff, because you're talking futuristic, you're talking high tech. Most of your testing, where is it done? Because I think that's important part. Where I did my tour at the institution, can you talk about that right quick?
Yeah, so we're partnered with Florida International University. They're a testing partner of the concrete, so is University of Miami. They've done all the core testing on the concrete. The concrete already is certified by FEMA, actually.
Correct.
So we have all of our certifications on it. We're just going through as we bring it into the islands. We're going to do all the standard pieces the builder has to do. We have to do a CD that's stamped by a professional engineer or a public engineer. We're going to have proper drawing sets, everything that guys, so it can be built. But all the core components meet UL listings or IBC requirements or local code.
Very well. Again, this World Home, our next option. So we have several options here. I think I have one more question before we wrap up. Okay, let him ask this question, and then we're going to go to ICF demonstration.
You guys are concerned about the onesie, twosie building. Have you guys considered developing some property and presenting it to the folks, whereas, you know, they'll receive the cost, the reduction in cost up front, than having to have this 1-2 thing? Have you guys considered developing any property and presenting it to the people of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, great question. We are in the process of working on that. We do believe that we should be working on communities too, because that's an easier way to get volume built in one location. We just have to identify the right property and make sure the design meets, and then we're presenting. But great questions from everybody. If you have one more.
And that's why they're here also. That's why all of these presenters are here, so we can see what options are available and how we can move forward to drive down the cost of building homes in the territory.
And my question is, we just saw a presentation for Own a Lot, Build a Home. Are you partnering with any of those programs through VI Housing?
No, we are.
Not yet, but that's part of the conversations in terms of us seeing what can be done within those spaces. So not at this time.
Yeah, that's a good point. We are talking to the ICF and the other groups and seeing if we can do communities with them too. We all win if we row together, right? So that's what we're looking at. We really appreciate everybody's great questions. You can come and see me out at the booth. Thank you for letting us present here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate you. World Home Island. And next we have Caribbean ICF Solutions. Will be coming to this. Hi, Senator Fonseca. Caribbean Home Solutions will be coming up and doing their presentations. They're out of Puerto Rico. And they flew in for the second year in a row to bring this information to you. I'll go ahead and get them set up and we'll get started, guys. And that will be our last presentation for the day. We still have exhibitors out here and everything that you can talk to at the end, okay? So let's go ahead and give them that moment to get set up. Thank you. All right, everyone. Caribbean ICF Solutions is ready to present. If we can please quiet down for the presentation. Let's remember that we're being recorded. It is being shown live, and we have WTJX, a sponsor, recording as well so that we can play back for folks that were unable to make it here. So let's be quiet during the presentation until it's time for the QA. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I am Fernando Martinez. I am the principal of Caribbean ICF. I hope you guys are not tired. Are you tired? You ready for 2 hours? Yeah, no, we're not going to be 2 hours. I promise, it's going to be less. First of all, I want to thank Senator Blyden for the opportunity, and Ishani for all the support have given us. This is the second year. How many of you have been here, were here last year? All right, all right. How many contractors do we have right now? 1? 2? Okay. How many people are new? Good, good. All right. So, I mean, I was in the other presentations, great presentations, great options. I always say that it's very good to have options. And what I'm going to be talking to you is a different option, something that probably it's something more attainable at this moment, because we have been here for the last. We had presence in the USVI since 2012, before the hurricanes. We have our construction with our materials. They withstand Irma and Maria in Virgen Gorda, San John, Vieques, Culebra, Main Island, Puerto Rico, with no problems, totally intact. So we will be talking about that. We will be talking about a lot of things. There's a big agenda that we have. But before we start, I want to introduce our team. We flew our core team to here because we wanted for you to know them, the people that are supporting you behind the scenes. You probably see my face, hear my voice, but behind me, there's a group of people that are always working with us. First of all, I'm going to introduce Luis. Luis is our structural engineer. He's registered in the USVI, so whenever we do a plan, he's ready to go to the APNR, okay? I got Margarita, which is our executive assistant. She's the one that takes care of all the administration behind the scenes. And I got Salvador, which is the sales and operations administrative assistant. So this is our team that we're going to support. Today we're going to be giving you. We have a full agenda, so I'm going to try to be as fast as possible and comprehensive. We're also going to have a very little demonstration to see how fast you can build with our system. Just a very quick demonstration. First of all, let's talk about the agenda. This is the small agenda that we have, but it's very easy. We're going to first talk don't get scared. We're going to do this in no time. So first we're going to talk about a little bit about us, ICF. We're going to define what's ICF, how many different types of ICFs we have, what are the differences between and why we're doing what we're doing. Next, we're going to talk about a little bit about our overview, our business model, how we do business, how we can support you from A to Z. That's very important. Talk about the total ICF solution, basically our total package that we have. And then we're going to talk about the products overview with our small installation demonstration. And finally, after that, we're going to be talking about the services that we provide and the planning. In the planning, we're going to talk about how to plan an affordable ICF home. I mean, we are doing affordable homes. We have been doing affordable homes. We have done over 28 projects in the USVI, in all the islands. So we are here, and we understand the culture. We're islanders. I'm from Puerto Rico, so I understand what being in an island is. So we have that knowledge. So then, finally, we're going to have a little bit. We're going to show the pictures of the projects we have done, so you could see and have ideas. If you're thinking on your project, you can get ideas for your project. And then we're going to have the Q&A. All right, so that's the agenda. So let's get right on to it. Who we are. We're basically an ICF Solutions, a micro rebar provider. That means that insulated concrete form is the technology, but we are a provider, not only the materials, we bring a solution for you. Something that you could do, and we're going to be supporting you from A to Z. We're based in Puerto Rico. We're a veteran-owned business, so we are certified with that. That's something that's the certification that we have. We represent all these brands that you see here, Quadlock, Airform, Helix, Saracrete, Insuldeck, Fatform, Geico, and Fastrack. And we cover the territory of Puerto Rico, Caribbean, Central, and South America. We got projects from Belize all the way to Colombia or Argentina. We have done many projects in the islands like Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Aruba, Curacao, BVI here, obviously Puerto Rico. So this is where we are. We have been in the market for 17 years. We started This company was founded in 2009, so we have been in this journey for 17 years. And we have, throughout the years, we have been perfectioning the solution that I'm going to present to all of you today. And we have done about 125 plus projects in all the territory, and within the USVI, about 28 projects. About 10 in St. John, about 8 between St. Thomas and Water Island, and about 10 in St. Croix. So that's what we have done. And right now we have about 15 that we're working right now. So it's moving. But today I'm going to share with you what we have learned during this year. We have, I wish we could have moved faster, but this year was a learning year for us. And we're going to share that knowledge with you. Hopefully that will help you in the planning process for your specific projects. Next slide, please. A little bit about the definition. What is ICF? Who knows what's ICF here? Everybody knows? See? You know how to read, right? But yeah. Okay, basically it's a form made out of foam, typically called expanded polystyrene or extruded polystyrene. That foam, instead of using wood, we use that foam, but the difference is that foam serves as a form and also stays after pouring. That's basically it. So what you get is the same concrete structure as you get with typical forming, but then it's now insulated. Now we're going to talk about all the benefits. And those, a lot of great benefits you get. That's basically it. There are 3 types of ICF. We have the flat wall system, that within the flat wall system you have the block and the panel, you have the grid system and the post and beam. When you see the flat is basically the same wall that you form, right? Everything's solid, shear wall, concrete, solid concrete. Now, the grid system is a block of foam that you don't have a lot of control in the thickness or in the R value. It's just one R value, one thickness. But after you pour, you have a grid like this. That is the grid system. And then the last type of ICF is the post and beam, similar to a block of the grid, but at the end you're going to have columns and a lentil on the top. Obviously, the most robust, the best one is the flat. That's the one that we have. But within the flat, there's the block. The block is the typical that comes out there. There's a lot of brands out there. There's a lot of good brands out there. But the one thing that I want to mention to you is pre-assembled, and it has some limitations, but it's a great system though. And the flat and the panel. The panel is basically comes in individual panels. They don't come pre-assembled, and you form it, and that's what we have. And we chose Quad-Lock because we did a very extensive research of the market, learn all these systems, learn the versatility of each one of them, and then at the end we chose Quad-Lock. And then we're going to be talking about why we chose Quad-Lock, because it's basically the most versatile in the market. And we're going to show you why we chose Quad-Lock. So next slide, please. If we form and take the foam out, this is the type of structure that you're going to have. It's a solid, monolithic concrete structure with all the walls are shear walls. All the connections between floor and walls and roof are monolithic. So this is category 5 resistant with no issues and very strong earthquake resistance. And our engineer, he's not only the engineer that does the structural engineering for you, he's also the trainer for the contractors. So what happened is you have good engineers in the islands and in Puerto Rico, but you got very few engineers that are expert in this technology. So what happened when an engineer doesn't know that technology? He has the responsibility of the license to basically, if something happens, assume the responsibility for that, right? So if he got a technology he doesn't know what he's going to do, beef it up, we're going to put some safety to make sure that over design is going to cost you in the construction process. So what we do, what we knew from the beginning that we need to have engineering because we need to optimize the technology to the construction process. So that is why Luis, since he's the trainer of the contractors, he knows what kind of processes they're going to have. So when he designs and you build, everything goes very flawless, because that's why you could have the best system in the world, but you do not control the labor, you're dead. And the labor here is what kills everybody. Right? Okay, so next slide, please. This is how we do business, okay? We are considered a one-stop ICF solution provider. So what that means? Means that from the planning stage, we're going to be with you. Even the affordability check, because I learned this year that we need to do affordability checks, and we're going to talk about that. The design, then we're going to sell you the materials, we're going to ship the materials, we're going to deliver them on time, we're going to create a schedule with the contractor, we're going to be working hand by hand, and then after we sell you the materials, ship them to you, we're going to go and in the execution mode, work with the contractor hand by hand until the project is completed to support you as an owner to ensure that he can achieve the speed that is expected. Because if you achieve the speed that is expected, that's where you're going to save the money. So that's what we do. That's our business model. So we start from the planning process, then we do the installation support. It's where we train the contractors on site. We qualify the contractors. If we refer you to a contractor, we have done the screening. It's not that we're going to guarantee or put our hands in an oven for them, because we're not going to do that. But we're going to tell you that they have good working ethics, they treat customers the right way, and they're good builders. Because you could have the best contractor in the world. If he's not honest, you don't want that contractor. Right? So I have seen a lot of that here. And it's very difficult to find good contractors. But you know what? There's good people out there. There's good people, and our goal is to create the ecosystem and to train those good people so you could have choices. So then we do the ICF design. We had a project from a gentleman in St. Thomas that was doing a house, and he said, I'm buying an ICF project. Where are you getting that material from? Oh, from Missouri, from a dealer in Missouri. Can you share with me your plans? And then he shows a local engineer that didn't know anything about ICF. And when I saw those plans, I said, oh my God, this is Fort Knox. Your house is not going to fall, for sure. But the over design. And then the amount of money that he paid for the design, he was paying for the materials. I said, give me the opportunity to redesign it. So I went to Luis. Luis, you think we could do better? I said, Fernando, let's work on it. So we redesigned it. We saved $15,000 on materials just for the redesign, including the cost of the design. So that was part of it. And then in the materials that the people that were selling the materials didn't know how to ship to the USVI. So we saved them $50,000 in the materials and the shipping. So our goal here is not to rip you off. Our goal here is to help you have an affordable home. We're the largest dealer in Quadlo. We're nationwide. There's no other dealer that sells more, because our model is to be, we sell by volume. Obviously, we have to have the right value for it, but it's something that is reasonable for your pocket. So that's what we're doing. We're doing high-end homes, or we're doing 300 square feet homes, which is, I don't know why, but there's people doing that. That's a bathroom for me, but that's fine. You live in a bathroom and sleep in a bathroom? Are you happy? Okay. Choices. All right. All right, so I continue, I have a lot of material, so let me get into it. Okay. Micro rebar, we have a micro rebar solution. We're going to talk about that Helix. The ICF finishing solution, we have special ICF finishing solutions for our system, no? And a roof coating. Roof coating, you can use any roof coating. Why we chose silicone? Because silicone is something, our materials last a long time, and the silicone is something you don't have to recoat every 2.5 years. And if you keep it right, you know, you don't have, it's also approved for potable water. So that's very important for you that recollecting that water. I heard in some of the questions about the drainage to the cistern. That's a big concern because I know that water you have to recollect and then drink it. So this product that we have is safe, is approved for recycling and then drinking the water. Next slide, please. And then when we everything together, this is our total solution. So you get the building envelope with the quad lock and the insule deck, which we covered. With this system, you could do pretty much anything. Then we have the Helix, which is a replacement for rebar. We can eliminate, replace and reduce rebar in some areas. We can eliminate rebar at 100%. We're going to talk about that. We have some forming solutions. If you're interested in those solutions, everything that adds value to the construction process, we bring it onto our product line. So this is something more of a contractor, but we have that available. And then we have the finishings. The finishing, we have all the finishings for the inside, which you saw the samples out there. Basically, we have for the base coat, for the inside, outside ceilings. We have pools. We have the deck. All those solutions for ICF, which covers also the cisterns. We have done many cisterns in ICF, by the way, in the USBI and BVI. And in Puerto Rico, we don't do that, but we don't have water anyway. So what the heck? We don't need cisterns. We don't have water, you know. So I was hearing to Charles, I was like, I want to get one of those machines from the air, you know? So then we have the, and finally we have the Geico product, which is the silicone. Now we're going to go, this is the full pictures. Now we're going to go to each one of the product lines. And so let's get down to it. Quad lock and insule deck system. With this system, it's an integrated wall and roof system and floor. With this, you could do anything you want, literally. You could do pools, you could do pitch roof, you could do bunkers, literally anything you want. I hope nobody here wants to do a dome, right? No? No domes? Because I cannot do a dome. Anyway, I just tell out of front, but everything else except a dome. So this is what you could do. Next slide, please. Benefits. I put this up front this year so you can see all the benefits. It's a monolithic concrete form, superior structural strength, hurricane and extreme weather resilience, cost-effective, superior sound control. By the way, you reduce sound. It's sound deadening. You don't hear the noises on the outside. Superior earthquake resistance, greater indoor comfort, maximum fire protection, get up to 4+ fire rating. Long-term durability, lower maintenance requirements. Why? Because you're eliminating the condensation. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mike. I know, I got it. Okay, so you eliminate the condensation. So what happens when you don't get condensation? You don't get that mildew, that humidity. With the ICF, you eliminate that. In the Caribbean, beautiful, no? It's true. It's true. It works. Reduce temporary formwork. Of course, you're not using wood anymore. Reduce the humidity and moisture inside. I already mentioned that. Greater architectural flexibility. You can design anything you want. Broad finishing compatibility. You can do or finishing, or you could do rock. You could put rocks. You could put many different options. Reduce construction waste. Highly resilient reinforced concrete structure. So all these 17 benefits you get with this structure. Next slide, please. Let's talk about what are by segment. What is the benefit to the builder? First is the speed, 3 to 5 times faster. I say, yeah, but how fast you can build, okay? We have a house in Puerto Rico, 2,500 square feet. I'm going to show you the pictures during the picture session. Different levels of roof. And that house was supposed to be scheduled in concrete for 14 months. And the house, the shell, was done in 3.5 months. Real, that's real. And with the finishing. So what was that? You get the foundation in a flat surface. That's a privilege here. I know. But that's an example. Flat. So you got the helix, where we eliminate the rebar on the floor. And then the walls for all the floors, the levels, the finishing, the electrical, the plumbing, and the finishing for the ICF, all in 3.5 months. We have done houses in less than 30 days. I mean, 850 square foot house in Puerto Rico, very small, 3 weeks just to do the shell, and the finishing 30 more days. So that's how fast you could do with this system, okay? So because of you get that speed, that is where you get your savings. Many people were asking me, what is it cost per square feet? Because that's the question of the hour, cost per square feet. I said, well, I cannot give you a cost per square feet because we got to do a costing of the whole project, including the savings in the labor. When you get that, is when you really get the cost per square feet. And the projects we have done, I know that the number, magical number is 250. You ask the contractor, they tell you 250 without seeing a plan. Really? Well, that's great. So we have done some real costing with local contractors. Well, San John is a different ballgame, no? Let's not talk about that. So, but we have done costing with several contractors, and the cost has been below that number. I cannot tell you exactly it is, but the cost savings is significant. It's significant. It's many of these costs, obviously the owners are the ones that have those numbers, but I know that in some of them has been below 200. But I cannot give you a specific number because each project is different. And it's like, we don't have a magic number here. If you have a cliff like this, don't expect, Okay, so that is the speed. Lightweight, easy to move, no cranes needed. Next slide. Construction, you lower the material labor cost because you're not using that mold, that forming again, less time on site, less skilled labor. Now anybody can build. You can train anybody. 65% reduction in the shoring because now you don't have to form and stripping time. When you use a roof system, you save 50% in the concrete and weight of the structure, and 33% on the rebar, just by using this system, okay? Now, when you use the rebar, micro rebar on the top, you can save up to an additional 53%. So what that means that when you use our system and Helix, you can reduce rebar by up to 86%. That's real. So that's significant. It's a lighter building structure, which translates into direct savings on concrete and foundations. Next. Now, here is the kicker. Okay, you get all these solutions, but energy, high energy efficiency. Our system could get you a 50% reduction in the HVAC load. What that means? That you have a 24,000 BTU air conditioning in your room. With our structure, in that same room, you need 12. No more than that. Real. And what that means to you? How much it costs at 24 versus at 12? Significant. About 30% saving, at least 30%. What that means to you? The electrical bill is going to 50%. Now, you're going to use solar? Guess what? Now you need less batteries. Now you need less capacity inverter and the solar panels. So you get all those savings, and it's exponential, the savings that you're getting when you use this type of technology. Next slide, please. In terms of risk management for the contractors, they get less probability for accident. They're moving foam, less accidents, less cranes, less construction waste, our system in particular. Because when you talk about ICF, please don't get into the error saying ICF is ICF. No. There's many different systems, and if you choose the wrong one, that could be good. No, that couldn't be good. That could be very bad. But you could choose one and you might be lucky and works, but I have to tell you that most of the time when you get a system that is, you don't have control of the labor, you don't know what uncertainties you're going to find, it's going to be more expensive, regardless how good it is. So you get better scheduling, contractor, because now you don't have to do the electrical before, you can do it after. We're going to talk about that. It's a higher quality building, which is a competitive advantage, and we had the highest R value in the industry. Everybody knows what R value is without looking at my chart. R value is the capacity of an insulating material to resist the heat flow. The higher the R value, the greater the insulating power. In other words, the higher the R value, more foam are you going to need to insulate. That's basically what R value is. So you get efficiencies in plumbing and electrical because now you don't have to necessarily put the conduits before. You could do it after, because you put the electrical boxes, put the connections, do the pour, and then cut the foam, and then drill against the concrete, which is in the center. And then put spray foam, and you finish it. No problem. Okay, what happened when you did a wall? Oh my God, I wanted an outlet in that wall. In concrete, so you got to break it up. In foam, no problem. Cut it, put it, spray foam, finish it. That's how it works. When you got the plumbing, that depends. If you go into a second floor with a toilet, obviously it's 4-inch, so you probably got to go inside the concrete. But if you're doing, please plaster next. If you're doing this type of plumbing, no problem. You could do it in the foam with no issues at all. So these are some examples. Next slide, please. In terms of design, you have unlimited design flexibility. On-site attention for curves, angles, or anything. Next slide, please. Sigue para la próxima. Okay, for the owner, we already talked about the speed. Now we're going to talk about other stuff. And we talk about the reduction of the energy consumption by the R value. What R value is, you know already? Somebody know? No, I'm not going to do that. It's resistant to heat flow. All right. So basically, the highest R value in the industry, Quadlock can go all the way to R84. That's a lot, but we have that flexibility. Lower utility bill, maximize the use of the thermal mass. Next slide, please. What is maximizing the use? There's 3 ways of transmitting heat. Scientifically, you have the radiation, you have conduction, and convection. Radiation, the sun, is automatically blocked by the foam. Conduction, we have a conductive material. In this case, the concrete is 100% conductor. That you do thermal bridging. In this case, we're not having any thermal bridging because the ties are plastic, they're not conductors. And finally, the convection is the hot air. Hot air, the foam has 0 porosity, so there's no air going through. So we eliminate, that's why this is scientifically so energy efficient, because you eliminate. So what happens if this concrete doesn't change temperature? You're never gonna get condensation, because that's what happened in the concrete homes. You have little ovens, what I call it, and then you get that heat coming in, and at night it's going in, that heat. That air conditioning is working 3 to 5 times more, and when it gets cold, it starts sweating the walls. And when the walls sweat, that's where you get the mildew, the humidity, the rot. So you're not gonna have that in ICF. Unless I tell you to do a 12 PDU, 12,000, you use a 24. Then you're using a freezer. You have a freezer in your house. So no, seriously, if you put an over capacity of air conditioning, thinking that no, I'm gonna go over, what's going to happen is it's going to cool so much. It's just like having a foam cooler and just putting something real cool. It's just going to overcapacity. So an inverter will work very optimal in an ICF structure. The other benefit is the higher value for the homeowners. You have a higher value property, higher rent, higher banking leverage, and higher resale value. I have two ladies that made a house in Vieques, and they sold the house 10 years later. That was in 2014. In 2024, they called me, Fernando, we're selling the house. Well, I've never been to your house yet, and you're selling it. So they sold the house, and they were so happy because they got a higher value than any other house because their house was the only one in ICF. This house will last 200 years with not a problem. Next slide. I already mentioned this. You're not going to have humidity, so that means lower maintenance costs, no mold, mildew, or humidity when you have a well-designed ventilation system, basically a good HVAC. No food source for termites, mold or rot. This is very important. The termites are not attracted by the foam, but you leave the foam exposed, they make the tunnels. They find the wood wherever they want or whatever they like. That's why it's very important that you finish, that you don't allow them to get in. If you leave it exposed, that's what happens. Okay, structural integrity, no air infiltration, ICF walls do not need vapor barriers, minimum dust, no airborne pollens, better indoor quality. Next slide, please. I already mentioned category 5, you have no problems at all. Those properties that I told you, over 250 miles per hour. Luis always designed the house for category 5s. Not only that, he has a tool for the ASCE 722, which is the code that he adjusts the winds, the higher winds, according to the location of your house. So we're going to ask you, where are your coordinates? And based on, if you're in a mountain, you're probably going to be in over 200. But if you're in a valley, you might be in 168, 184. So whatever the code requires as a top speed that you're going to get, that's what we're going to be. But it's always going to be category 5 over 154 miles per hour. So that's that. Next slide. The other important consideration, you all know that we're in a very high seismic zone, right? We're in a D2 category. In Puerto Rico, we're D2. California is E. So we're one below California. What happened in Venezuela and Haiti, God protects us, but it could happen here. It could happen in Puerto Rico. So we got to be ready for that. The good news is that all your walls in ICF are shear walls. But you can also use Helix to reinforce them. And Helix will make the concrete stronger. We're going to talk about that. Let's, one before, Chavez. Monolithic strength against earthquakes. Tying a quad-lock walls to the insul deck floors create a rigid, unifying box structure that moves safely during a seismic shift. If you have an earthquake and you have a monolithic structure, the whole structure is going to move back and forth or up and down, but it's going to move as a unit. And that monolithic structure will make your house safer. So that is important for you to know. And with Helix, well, you avoid major cracks. Next. You also get a 4+ hour fire rating. That means that we're going to show you the foam is this side has a fire retardant, and it burns, but it takes up to 4 hours to burn. As you can see, it doesn't emit any toxic fumes. So right now it's burning it, and nothing happened. We're testing the smoke detectors. Where are they? No, okay. Stop, Luis, stop. Okay, so anyway, that's important for you to know. The STC, the sound transmission class, is a metric that measures how much noise is blocking, How much sound is blocked by going through a product? The higher the STC, the higher the isolation power. So 50 plus means that it's sound deadening. When you have like 30, you know, when you're in a house and you hear the conversations through the walls, that's history. But you have 50 plus, you will not hear any noise through the walls. Next slide. Okay, let's talk about the 4 components of the ICF. The first is the panel. The panel? The panel, Luis? We're going to get there. The panel. Thank you. The ties. The ties, the corner brackets, and we don't have the tracks, but the tracks is one that goes in the bottom. So those are the 4 components. Next slide, please. So, and the 5th component is you. You like our slide, no? Okay. Next. Okay, this is basically how it is assembled. You know, it's very easy, but you need to follow the procedure. Everything is process oriented. So that's why we are there in the critical points where the contractor needs to learn and the team, so they could, after we leave, they can continue. And it's a repetition. So you do the first layer, second layer. We're not doing that now, but we're doing it soon. Next. So the panels are 48 inches, 4 feet long, 1 feet tall. These lines that you see here, see these lines, they have a purpose. These dark lines basically are for putting the ties, and the workers, they don't need to measure anything. They just put it in center, and they just have to, and when you put them, they all align from top to bottom. That's part of the engineering of this system. The good thing about this system is that this is engineered by Germans, and this German engineer, which he basically thought about everything. So when it gets to the assembly, it makes it very efficient. So then the other lines are for cutting purposes. So let's say you need to cut 6 inches. So there are multiples of 2. You count 3 lines and cut. So that makes it very easy to the workers. Next. Every piece that you cut, you can reuse in another part. So you're not going to end up having a lot of waste. Plus, our input parameters always give a 3%. We always put a 5% because there's always a learning curve. But let's say not more than a learning curve. Let's say, I want to make this wall a little bit longer. That always happens. So you also have 5% over on materials, and you could do that. Not a problem. Next slide, please. There's all these type of panels to achieve the R-value combinations. As I mentioned to you, from R22 all the way to R84. This is way overkill, but we have it available. Honestly, here you get a 50% reduction in the HVAC load. From here to here, you get 70%. That 20% costs you twice in the cost per square feet of the foam, and it takes space of your containers coming in. So if you ask me, I say the cost of going to a higher value is more than actually using this one, because of getting that energy efficient, the cost of getting it is higher. R22 is what we have used in the Caribbean for the last 17 years, giving excellent results. Excellent results. Next slide. So we got 6 different, the second component are the ties, which is the heart of the system. These ties are basically what makes the concrete hold, right? This is what gives the strength. They connect the panels in 4 planes of resistance, attachment points every 12 inches, molded rebar shares. You can put the rebar shares here, the horizontal, and then tie the vertical as you go up, because you build this as a Lego. You build until you get to the height that you need. And you start with the corners. Comes in 6 different lengths, and each different color means a width of the wall. 4 inches, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Next slide, please. This is the beauty of this system. Versatility point number 1 was the R value. We're comparing this to the block, the one that comes pre-assembled. Versatility point number 2 is this. The block system come in 4, 6, 8, all the way to, but they're pre-assembled. So what if you're gonna change the width of the wall? So you gotta have inventory of 8 inches, inventory of 12 inches, and so that becomes a management in the field. With us, all the panels are the same. You wanna change the width of the wall? Change the tie. That's it. You wanna make a cross section with 4 different widths? You could do it. So that's something we could do with our system. Next. And this is versatility point number 3. What if you need to do something more than the highest width that the other block system comes? You gotta do 24 inches. Well, we got the extenders. Quadlock invented the extenders. You can use in combination with any of the other ties. That is something you cannot do with any other ICF system. This is unique for Quadlock. Next. The corner brackets, the corners, the pre-assembled block system comes with pre-made corners of 90 degrees or 45 degrees. So, but what if you have an angle of 135 degrees? You, angle bracket, ¿no lo tienes ahí? Sí. You need, Quadlock invented for the 90 degrees, the corner brackets. This is the one, Luis, te lo puedes enseñar. This is the corner bracket. You go in the inner is small and the outer is big. That's 90 degrees. What that does, every layer of 12 inches, you're reinforcing. So that means that in the block system, you have the corner pre-made, right? So whenever you put them together here, you got to reinforce with wood. With us, you never have an interruption, so you don't have to reinforce. It's already part. This is reinforced by every 12 inches, so you don't have any issues. Then, what happened with the angle? Is you have 45 degrees, but you have any other angle? Quadlock invented the angle bracket. You open and close to any angle you want. And that's part of the standard installation procedure. You see what I mentioned to you about the engineering? This is very well engineered. So next slide. Look at this. This is a 90-degree corner. This is not a 45 degree, but you can open and close. Next slide, please. Now, those corners come in a specific width, right? In a block system. But what if you want to do 6 inches here and 8 inches here? You cannot do it with that system. But with our system, just change the ties. Here you do 6 inches and here you do 8 inches. And why? How do I know this is 6 inches? Because I sell this stuff. No, because because the blue is the 6 inch and the yellow is the 8 inch. So by just seeing the color, you know the width of the wall that is being installed. Next slide, please. You also can do this in the angles, with the angle bracket, 4 inch, 8 inch. Next slide, please. The final component of the wall system are the tracks. You use them to start and finish the wall. They come in regular and plus width. They secure the footings every 2.5 feet. Next slide. This is an example of a variable wall width. We have 8 inches. You have 10 inches because that's green. And then the red is actually 12 inches. So you have 3 different wall widths. Next slide is basically radius walls. This is something that I'm going to mention the difference because I did a very extensive research on radius walls and I studied all of the block systems. They all can do radius walls, but the process of doing it is different. Some of them require specific pieces that needs to be ordered in specific radius. The other ones can be done at the field, at the site, but the process is very complicated. It's different. Our system, since you're dealing with individual panels, you basically make the cuts. Amel Proximo? You make the cuts, you bend the panels, and put the ties, and then put the track, and then so quad lock is the easiest. That's part of the engineering. So when you start looking at here, you're looking at the width, you're looking at the angles, you're looking at the radius, then that's where you're gonna see the difference, and you're gonna feel that difference when you install it in the labor. Next slide. Here are some examples. You could do arches. These are some examples of the arches. Next. Okay, so we're gonna do a small demonstration in a corner. What they're gonna do? What they're gonna be doing is a corner. We're gonna do 2 layers. The first layer is gonna be like this one. As you can see, this is how you build it. Al revés. So you can see this speed. Why you need to you don't need to reinforce these corners more than what you see here, because these angle brackets combined with the ties is what gonna give the strength to that wall or to that corner to hold the concrete pressure. So that's what basically they're doing. And you have to put them exactly how it is built. So if you don't put this here, these small ones, you're going to have a blowout, without a doubt. So whenever we get a contractor that I have problems with my pour, let me see your ties. Oh, okay, I know why you had a blowout. So that's why it's... I'm sorry?
That's a table.
We don't have a table. Come on here and see it. Everybody else see it? Okay. He's basically he already did this the way you see it here. And then they're doing the second level here, which is second course. One important thing, the first course, first 3, 5, and odd numbers are the same. Then the second, and then the even numbers, they're like this. So once you learn how to do this, everything else is repetitious. What do we do in installation support? Luis have a very specific checklist, and we go and teach each one of the points. This is one of the points. Now there you saw it. Give a big applause to my guys. How long it took? Somebody took time? They already did a corner. So you start with the corners, and then you build to the center. You can build very fast with this system, as you can see. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Next. These panels come in bags of 10. So I have to tell you, we have done big houses and very small houses. We have done as big as 14,000 square feet houses, as small as 300. 300 is 20-foot container, one 20-foot container. 13,000 square feet house is 553 containers. The good thing about that is we do a lot of logistics. We're gonna get you the best possible cost for logistics delivered to your island, wherever you're at. Next. Oh, one more thing, go back. Because we're so compacted, when you compare this to the block that comes assembled, one container of our materials is 2.5 containers of the other one that comes pre-assembled. That means a big difference. And the cost of a container to come to USBI, about over $7,000. So that's what we're dealing with. Next. This is the territory that we cover. The takeaway from this slide is basically that all the products are ISO certified. Quadlock is an ISO certified company. It's the only manufacturer of ICF that is ISO certified. In my 17 years working with Quadlock, I haven't had a problem with a defective product coming out of the plant. That's how reliable is that plant. Now, we have more than one plant. Yeah, we had several plants. One plant in Halifax. And so we have different options if we have any problems. And the other important piece of information, when you're evaluating which ICF system you're going to use, is where you manufacturing the walls versus the deck. Okay, most of these walls that they manufacture in one plant and the roof, they get it from another plant. Well, that means that you need to get another container from different places. Quadlock produces the deck and the walls in the same location. We put everything in one container and we consolidate at the plant where they manufacture, and that goes directly to you. That's a direct, immediate savings on logistics. Next. We don't have this problem in Puerto Rico, but some of you can relate to this, right? I mean, I swear to God, I've shown this slide more than 1,000 times, but the other day I found a guy, that's my terrain, that's my land there. I was like, wow, I never presented somebody that identify with this, but it's real. I mean, if you had something like this, you can cut the foam and drive on, not a problem. Next slide. We can do pools. We can do pools. What is the value of doing pools? Well, we're not getting the same insulation as the house, okay? But it will keep the water warmer, longer. But the benefit is the speed of the forming. That's where you're going to get the big buck savings. If you get a suspended pool, that's no-brainer. ICF will make sense. If you have a indoor, dale para atrás. You have a pool like, no. You have a pool like this, well, you're going to save time and if they're going to form it, you're better off with the ICF. If they do that gutter, I don't know how much they charge. It's probably faster, but I don't know if they're so expensive. Puerto Rico is very expensive, that type of finishes. So at the end, we have done, at least the pool guys in Puerto Rico has told me that it makes a lot of sense to do it in ICF because of the speed. So that's something we can evaluate when the time comes for you. Next. Exterior finishes, we can do all kinds of finishes. This is the type of flexibility the system gives you: stucco, vinyl, masonry, stone, etc. Next slide. Let's talk about the integration with the walls and the deck. Two major benefits. The first one is the structural integrity. All the connections between the roof and the walls and the floor and the walls, it's monolithic. Why? How you achieve that? Let's say you're going to do a 10-feet ceiling, no? You're going to pour the walls up to 9 feet. You're gonna put the deck. Once you have everything with the shoring and the rebar, you pour the roof and then you fill whatever was left. And all these connections are going to be monolithic all the time. The second benefit is the insulation integrity. You get an R value on the walls. Now you have an R value in the deck. So that gives you to that 50%, not only on the walls, but on the roof. We have a gentleman that did a house in Virgin Gorda. I said, no, I don't want to put it in the bottom. So he had like an elevated house, and he put CMU blocks on the bottom. And everything else he did ICF. I said, Fernando, I got a problem. I'm getting heat in my house. Well, how? You have an ICF home. But for my floor, because he had an elevated house with CMU, the blocks were absorbing that heat, throwing it inside, and he was getting the heat from the floor up. So, very important, if you're going to do your house elevated, make sure you got the insulation all the way down to the floor. If you have slab on ground, no problem. I mean, you could, from there on, the ground doesn't create that problem. Then the other benefits you're going to get a 50% reduction in the amount of concrete with this type of floor. This is a T-beam structure, so you get a T-beam, structural beam every 2 feet, as the form goes. And so that means that you could do longer spans. We could go all the way up to about 33 feet without having a column. That's good. With the engineering, we have done longer, but Luis can make his magic and try to use instead of going, as you go higher in the span, you have to go higher in the foam, and that costs more. But Luis has done some design that we keep the 7-inch and we could do longer by using some concrete beams. And so, he does the engineering stuff, but we have done that. That's the important part of having a subject matter expert designing that knows the technology. Next. Okay, we say 50% of the concrete because this is all the concrete that we're going to use. So next slide. We're going to compare here. This is a 25-span slab with an 8-inch of concrete. In the typical slab, you get two-way rebar, where you have 2 layers, one at the top, one at the bottom. Typically, number 4 at 12 on the top, number 6 at 12. That takes you to about 6,100 pounds. 37 cubic yards for that amount of span and concrete. Equivalent with our system is 19 cubic yards, which is 50% of the 37, and 4,000 pounds of rebar, if you use rebar. But if you use Helix, we can eliminate the additional 53% that I mentioned, all this mesh, or number 3 at 12, we can eliminate, and typically you can reduce all the way to up to 86%, depending on, on the structural design. Okay, next slide. If you take the foam out, this is the type of roof that you're going to have. It's like kind of waffle, but it's actually a T-beam design. Every 2 feet you get a beam. You're never going to see this because this gap is filled with the foam, with that foam. Hey, could you show it, please? Okay. Very important for you to know, lo puedes poner encima de ahí. Very important for you to know is that the design of the roof is actually customized to the layout of your house. So this gonna come pre-cut from the plant to a precision of less than half of an inch. So when those materials come in, you basically put them like the puzzle. Boom, boom, this goes on room 1, room 2, and that's how it makes it so efficient. Next slide. You could do suspended floors, you could do roofs, you could do tilt-up walls. This is basically the suspended floors, and these are the tilt-up walls you can do with that. So you could do very big buildings, walls with this. In Puerto Rico, they're doing the Coast Guard and the U.S. Army armories with this technology. They're actually using this product to do that right now. Next. So a summary of the benefit of a T-beam structure, what that means to you. Long span capacity creates maximum free space. Insulated material saves energy. We already talked about the R value. The T-beam design reduced material. We already talked about the rebar and the concrete. And this is the most cost and labor efficient floor structure in the industry. It's very fast. You can install. Next. Okay, these are all the type of applications you could do: fire-resistant walls, foundation walls, ceilings, and roof and pools. Next. This is an example of a 7-story building in Mexico. You could do any kind of story. We were designing for Jamaica 3 buildings of 9 stories. So we could do any type. There's no limit. Could do modern, we could do institutional, we could do high challenging architectural design. Next. This is just that same building. Next. Okay, Helix. Helix is a micro rebar designed to reduce or replace rebar. This is not the typical fiber that you see for fiberglass to reduce or to basically for cracks. This is a structural solution. Margarita is handing out some Helix bags. And so you could see how it is. They're actually 1 inch long, made out of steel, recyclable steel, galvanized for rust purposes. And within that 1 inch and a quarter coin thick, they have 5 twists. And this twisted profile is what makes Helix so powerful, because it works like a corkscrew in a wine bottle. You twist it, and the only way to get it out is to untwist it. But the energy required to untwist the Helix is comparable to the energy required to pull a deformed rebar from a concrete. That's the effect. But just imagine this. That's what sets Helix apart from any other fiber. And that's what allows Helix to replace rebar. But you have to understand that this solution is dosed. It's like going to a prescription in a pharmacy. And who's the person that gives the prescription? The structural engineer. So if you have a floor, you have a driveway, you have a sidewalk, and you have these structural requirements, bring it to us. Luis will evaluate, and we can tell you, okay, you can replace the rebar by this dosage. So we don't not only have to use it for ICF, you could do it for any concrete application, but be mindful that you cannot replace rebar in all type of application. For instance, suspended slab concrete, you cannot replace because you need that rebar. But in an ICF floor or roof, you can replace the top reinforcement, but not the joist. So that's something. But when you bring that to us, we will know, we will tell you what you can do, what you cannot do. So that is Helix. And just to give you an idea, a medium dosage of Helix is about 15 pounds per cubic yards. And what that means that you're going to have about 170,000 micro rebars all spread all over the concrete. In a typical concrete with rebar, you have the rebar in the center, right? But here you got all that micro rebar all over the place. So whenever you get a pressure, then those micro rebars start interacting with each other to avoid a major crack. Okay, so why Helix? Helix is stronger, more durable, more flexible, significantly reduce the construction time. It increases the construction efficiency. It makes the concrete stronger. It increases the concrete structural capacity and the concrete peak strength. And we're good there? Okay. And also it increases the fatigue resistance by 300% and the strength, flexible strength by 33%. Helix will make the concrete more flexible. So that's why when you get an earthquake, instead of cracking, Helix will actually get the concrete to move with the movement of the earthquake. And it eliminates the time-consuming process of adding rebar. I hear a lot of noise. We're good? Thank you. Thank you for... So basically, Helix eliminates the time-consuming process of putting the rebar, and you just put Helix on the concrete and pour it. That's how easy it is. This is an example of a pour of an ICF roof. This is in Puerto Rico. That's Helix coming out of the box. Very small rebar, as you can see. We're gonna put it on the concrete side. This is poured at the concrete side using a manual doser to disperse the rebar to avoid having clumps. That's very important. Once you do that, in this case was 4 boxes per 10 cubic yard truck. You mix it for 7 minutes, and that's all you need to replace the labor, believe it or not. And minimum rebar on the top, and that's how you do it. In this case, we eliminate the top reinforcement. Now the next sample. This is a 7,000 square feet house with a mat foundation, meaning that you have the slab on ground and the footings poured at the same time. And in this case, we're putting 229 cubic yards of concrete, which is 23 concrete trucks, 4,140 pounds. And with that, replace 100% of the rebar on the foundation and on the slab on ground and footings. As you can see here, there's no rebar. The only rebar that you're leaving is the actual dowels. So just imagine how much time, for those of you that knows about construction, I know you're thinking, oh my God, how much saving? Labor. In this project, we saved the contractor about a week and a half of labor putting rebar. That is real. And 100% of the projects that we do in Puerto Rico are with Helix. We have done that for the last 10 years with no failure, very successful. As a matter of fact, we did a warehouse of 150,000 square feet that from a supermarket in Dorado. They eliminated 100% of the rebar, and that's a warehouse, 2,600 cubic yards of concrete. That was a lot. So that was, and we used Helix, and it went really well. So what is the benefit of Helix? Cost effective, it is faster, eliminate the steel placement error, improve worker safety, is a greener solution, which is made out of 50% recyclable steel, improve rust resistance because it is galvanized, and it eliminates the dominant cracks. As I mentioned, Helix start working with the micro rebar. Helix has a very short development length and therefore start working with the micro crack level well before a dominant crack occurs. And as the loads are distributed, Helix prevents the formation of a major crack. So that's the benefit. Next slide. These are all the applications that you could do Helix. Dale para atrás. Dale para atrás. Concrete slab, concrete walls, insulated concrete forms, footing and foundation, high performance, roads, precast, and tunnels. All these things you could use Helix for. Next. So these are the pictures of everything that I just mentioned to you. Okay, so, and at the end, again, like I mentioned to you, when we do an ICF project and we do the design, you don't have to worry about that because we convert everything to Quadlock. And Luis will optimize everything for Quadlock, Insuldeck, and Helix. You can rest assured those plans are going to be very optimized to the construction process. But if you have any other project that you're doing at your house, hey, I'm doing a driveway, I'm doing a sidewalk, you can eliminate anything in slab on ground, you can eliminate rebar. And this is approved by code. So I know there's sometimes very difficult the process with the inspectors, but if you get the design approved by a structural engineer, you shouldn't have any problems because the inspectors will honor that because it's approved by code. Next. These are some forming solutions that we have available. This is a forming solution called Fast Food. Next slide, please. That you form, you make the frame with 2x4s, then unroll the actual fabric, and then pour. And you could do that with that type of foundation. Next slide, please. Or mud foundations as well. We also have the Fast Tube. This is for columns. This is like a fabric that you actually you cut it and then put the concrete inside, and you could do columns of from 8 inches all the way to 18 inches. So we have those in stock in Puerto Rico. So just in case you know. Next. If you want to use a bracing system different from typical wood, which this one you could use with 2x4s, but it makes it a lot easier because you can adjust by plumbing with this. And we could have this available, or we have the metal ones. The metal ones are really good. The only problem is the price, and they're really heavy. They're really heavy. Next. Now we're going to talk about the finishing. The finishing, we have Margarita is going to pass some samples. You have the Fast Track, which the Fast Track is the bonding agent. This product is a product that we developed. This is our brand because we're all about processes, and when we started this process, we understood that we needed to have something very efficient. So we created that bonding agent. We combined this with the Cidercrete Solutions, the base coat, and we put a first layer of the base coat with the mesh, and then we could put an acrylic on the outside for an exterior coating. You could finish the base coat as a final coat. It's a cementitious made out of white Portland cement. This is white, but you know about Total Wall. Those type of finishes are for IFIs, and when you really touch them on the foam, they're not really as stiff as this because this is actually made for ICF. And this is a waterproofer too. This will waterproof your foam. It would avoid the water penetration. So the process is very easy. You put the Fast Track first with a roller. Then you wait 2 hours, and that's all you need to start the finishing. Then you apply it with a trowel, the base coat with the mesh. Then you wait until you put a second hand. It's basically 2 coats of 1/8 of an inch with the mesh in the middle, and for impact resistance, as you can see it there. So that's basically it. And then the outside, you use the acrylic stucco. It is very good because it comes with 3 different textures, and you could choose any color. A la próxima. Dale otra vez. This is the standard color chart. If you don't like any of these colors, you tell me, you go to Sherwin-Williams, get me the color number, we'll match it at 100%. Our supplier has a lab, depending on the color chart you use, Harris Paint, Sherwin-Williams, whatever you use, we will match it. Next. The pools, the finishing on the pools and the cisterns is basically fast track, base coat. The difference in the walls is that in these walls you're going to put a high impact mesh for the pressure of the water. Then you put the base coat again. But in the floor you're going to put the mesh overlapping from the wall to the floor. And then after you finish the base coat, you apply this next product, which is the cider proof. This is the plaster for waterproofing at 100%, the pools and the cistern. We have different colors for this product. So for the cistern, you don't want to put nothing fancy, so you use the white. That is the most economical one, the standard one. But if you're going to do a pool and you want to have it really nice, dale para atrás. We have all these colors available, but I went a step further and put a picture of the color with the water, because when you put the water, it changes. So let's see this. This is the white. This is the cyan. By the way, this is in St. John. Next, this is the Ocean Cove. Beautiful color. You have the Caribbean blue. You have the speckled black, speckled onyx, and speckled glacier. Look at this. Dale para atrás. Dale para atrás. Will you think this is going to look like this with the water? That's why I put the picture, because it really looks nice, but you will never think it looked like that. And the next one, I thought it's going to look like violet, but look at this. It didn't look violet. It looked like a rock kind of thing, but very nice, very nice. So we got options. We could do customization, but keep in mind that in this particular product, since it's a cementitious product, the pigmentation will have a different cost. So in the stucco on the outside or in the cider deck, we don't have any problems with that. Next. This is the cider deck. Well, you wouldn't have known because I haven't talked to you about it, right? But cider deck is, let's say that you have a pool and you don't want to put tiles. So you want to leave it in the concrete, but you don't want to leave it in the plain concrete. So you could use this type of finish, which is actually, you do it, next slide. You actually apply it with a hopper, then you use a trowel to knock it down, and then you wait 24 hours, and then you apply the sealer. And by the way, we could match any color. This is an acrylic solution, it's water-based, very, very good. Dale para atrás. This is a particular project. This is in St. Thomas, this pool in particular. Next. So this is the standard color chart, but again, you give me the color, we'll match it. You could do pools. Próximo. This is a pool, but let's say you want to do it in the driveway. Look at this. You could do it in your house in a driveway. You could do it in the sidewalk. So it will work. It worked very well. So keep it in mind. If you have something that you want to do, you could use this product. Next. Finally, we got the Geico Silicone 100%. The product that we're recommending is the S4200. This product has a 95% solid per volume, means that almost 100% is silicone. It doesn't require any recoating every 2.5 years. It's one coat application. Doesn't need a primer, and also have a high adhesion. That means that it will adhere. Obviously, you need to make sure that there's no moisture, because this will trap any moisture. Even the sweat, if it gets there and you put it on top, it will trap your sweat in there. It creates bubbles. It's very, very good, but you have to be very careful when you apply it. The other most important part is the NSF P151 certification of rainwater catchment components. That means that that water, you could actually take it down and then filter it and drink it. That's very important. Next. Special services. We do the structural design, as I mentioned to you, for the quad lock, insul deck and helix. We optimize for efficient and effective ICF installation during the construction phase. Technical support. Please keep in mind, when you buy a product, if you don't buy it from us, make sure that whoever's selling you that product gives you the support. Because I have had other people that have used ICF in other brands. They call us, can you help me? I say, well, I cannot help you. Call who sold you the materials, because I don't support that. And it's very sad to have somebody that cannot find help, and it's very expensive when you cannot find help. So make sure you get that. So we provide technical support until you finish the project. On-site training and installation support, with project management support and scheduling support, meaning that we're not going to be responsible for managing your project, but we're going to help you project manager or your contractor to make sure that he stay in control in the labor, and that's going to save you a lot of money at the end. And the logistics. We will deliver the materials to you. Doesn't matter where you're at in the Caribbean. Next. This is an example of a project management plan that we work together with the contractor. This is a project from Tortola. We put everything there, when the materials are done, ICF tasks, non-ICF tasks, logistics, concrete pours. We put everything, and that the owner has access to that platform, the contractor, and us. And we know that the contractors don't have time for this, so we create a WhatsApp group for every project. We tell them, send me the pictures every day and send me a voicemail, what you did and what you're going to do tomorrow. And then Salvador is the one that behind the scenes will put it in the platform every day. And you as an owner have the daily report of what is happening. What is the value of that? Let's say that 2 weeks ahead, you have a bill from your contractor, and you say, why are you billing me for this? And then you go back and say, oh, okay, this day this happens. You have a log of everything that happened, not only on a daily log, but also the pictures. You have pictures of every stage of the project. And we're putting that in different folders that you have access at all times. Next. Okay, let's talk about the ICF planning and estimating process. Who is doing a project right now? Okay, you're planning to do a project. You ready to do a project? Your process. So I'm going to talk about the process of what you need to follow, and hopefully this will help you. Next, these are the 18 steps that you need to follow. First, you determine the type of project you would like to build. Secondly, ICF, wood, whatever. Basically what I call the conceptual planning. Next, you secure the land where you would like to build. Find the right designer for your project. Now, this is very important. If you're going to do an ICF, contact us by registering our homepage so we can work with you and help you work with the selected designer. If you don't have a designer, that's fine. Let us know. We have designers in St. Thomas and St. Croix and St. John that they will do the electrical, the architectural, the plumbing, and we'll do the structural. And then before going forward, before even going to the designer, obviously you need to do a topographic plan. But before that, we're going to talk about the budget, because I've seen this year so many owners frustrated because they already paid so much money for the design. They already went to DPNR, and then the contractor is charging, and it's not the contractor's fault. It's that there's a big disconnect between the designer, the contractor, and even the bank. So today I was talking to Banco Popular about that, and we're going to have some training sessions to all the Banco Popular people so they could understand this technology and and we work together. I was also talking to the insurance companies here. I think there's some people that do some compliance, and we're going to work together with the insurance companies to educate them on this technology. There's a lot of lack of information here. Huh? First Bank is in Puerto Rico. You doing First Bank? Yes. Oh, they're giving loans. Well, but they're not giving construction loans. The only one is giving is Popular, as far as I know. They're giving? No, Banco Popular, yeah. All right, so let me continue. So, Merchants Bank, I mean, it's a good bank, but what I have heard from previous owners, it's easier to get a loan from Banco Popular. Do you agree with that? Okay, so that is a very important step. Then, if you have a conversation, please take it outside the room. So, in respect for everybody else, I will appreciate that. Thank you. So, next step is we can provide a preliminary. Once you have the conceptual plan or architectural plan, we can give you a preliminary estimate. But keep in mind that we need to finish the design, because no contractor can give you a quote, a realistic quote, without knowing what they're going to build. And they need electrical, plumbing, structural, they need everything. So I would recommend that we get this structure. If you're going to do it in ICF, you're decided, let's go ahead and finish the structural. Once we finish, we're going to do a final estimate where we're going to give you a file for you, an estimate for you, and a file for the contractor. The difference is that the contractor will not have the cost of the materials that you're buying from us. It will have the information that they need to quote. Let's go for that. Next. So these are the steps. You search for the contractor. Before we finish the structure, you search. So you know, okay, I need to know which is the contractor I would like to work with. Once you have that, then you complete the plans, and after you have the plans, you request you request the quotes. Obtain the coastal zone, complete the structural agreement. Very important. I strongly recommend to do a contract with the contractor. It's very important. As many people are not covered, do not have a legal resource to go if something goes wrong. That's very important. Obtain a final comprehensive estimate. Síguelo. Coordinate a pre-construction meeting. We will work a pre-construction meeting with the contractor to create the schedule. Then we'll plan the ordering process. We order the materials, start the project, and then we highly recommend that you tell the contractor to work with us and reporting, the daily progress, so we can keep track of it and help you track the project. And continue with the building until you complete the project. That's all the 18 steps to follow. Very simple, but the most important part is at the beginning. Let's start from the planning process with us, and just contact us. We'll help you. Next. Estimating process. Well, basically, the customer sends the initial project plans to us. We work the preliminary estimate. If customer agrees to move forward, we do the structural design. Then we complete the structural design, and then Caribbean ICF complete the final estimate, and the customer places the material. That is for the estimating process. Next. Sigue. This is an example. All our estimates have 5 pages. The first page, it has what you're gonna pay. Then you have the walls, you have the deck, you have the finishing per square feet, all the square feet. You have the helix, you have the ICF roof coating, the shipping for the quad log and insule deck, and then installation support. And if you have a design that you have to do, it will. Well, in this case, this is the final design, so you already did the design, so you're not going to have that here. That's the first page. Second page, everything that we have there is you have 2,000 square feet. Then you say the walls. This is what you're going to have. And you know that this is the cistern, And actually, this is something in St. Croix, but you have the cistern, which is actually in yellow, and then you have the walls of the house and the deck. Next. The third page, you're always going to have the information for budgeting, for the rebar, the labor for the walls, labor for the roof, type of rebar, how many yards of concrete you're going to use. That information is critical for the contractor. Next. The fourth page is a comparison of how long it would take with traditional concrete versus ICF. In this particular case, you have a house of 5,000 square feet for the walls, actually 27,000 square feet for the walls, 48, I'm sorry, let me go back. Square feet area, 5,000 square feet on the walls, 4,800 on the deck. That is going to take 2 months, 208. Just the ICF, the walls and the deck, and the equivalent with a typical concrete is about 10 months. So you're saving 8 months of labor. That's real. Now you quantify at $30 per hour, which normally they charge a little bit more. That's a savings almost of $300,000 in labor. That's real. That's a real example of a quote. In the USVI. Next. And the final page, which is the fifth page, we're going to have a comparison of helix. How is it structured with helix and without helix? And how much rebar we're taking out. In this case, we're taking all the number 3 rebar at 100%. We have to leave the number 4 at the deck because that's the joist. And that's going to be, we're saving here 3,633 pounds of rebar. That, when I quantify that, is about $3,000 in rebar. And in labor, it's about $4,800. So it's about $7,888. And the cost of helix, in this case, is about $5,000. So you're saving $2,000. That's just an example. Next. For the contractor, we're going to have the same, but without the cost, okay? So what they need is, the only thing they need is square footage. Next slide. Page 2 is the same. Page 3 the same. Page 4, all the pages are the same without the cost, okay? Because they don't really need to know what you're paying for the material. They need to know what they need to quote. Estimating the labor, I'm not going to get into a lot of details, but basically, this is how a contractor needs to actually come with the calculate the labor and total man hours, and where in our quote process they can get the information. Next. How to get started? You need to get started. Get registered with us, and let's start working together. We're gonna help you in that process. Please take a picture of this. This is probably the most important part, because we can help you, seriously. Next. Oh, go back. Okay. One important thing, we have over 70 posts in our social media, so that means over 70 projects that you're gonna see pictures out there. So please go to Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Look under Caribbean ICF Solutions, and you'll find us. And you have over 70 projects that we have done. We have pictures. Some pictures of the projects. This is in Puerto Rico. This is a house. Dale para atrás. This is dale para atrás, la primera slide. This is a beachfront house. This is the finishing on the outside with the Cytoplast, the acrylic stucco, and the inside. Dale para otra. Inside is base coat painted with white. As you can see, you cannot tell this is an ICF room. This is an ICF structure. Sigue. Okay, sigue. You see, this is a beach house in Joyuda. This is in Rincon. This is the house that I told you that was done in 3.5 months. From this, dale la otra. Dale otra. all the way to here, 3.5 months. It's a real story. This is in St. John. It has an ICF pool, as you can see. This is in St. John. Continue. St. John, this is another after the hurricane. This is a two-phase project. They did the first one after the hurricane, and then later they did this garage with an ICF room and a Garba-Loom roof. By the way, you could do Garba-Loom with this. Next. This is in St. John. We have plenty of projects there. That's another St. John project. This is a cottage. Well, before it was a cottage. This is another project in St. John. Sigue. This is in St. Thomas. This is here. This is for privacy purposes, we don't publish locations and owners, so that's something we cannot share. Next. This is the Water Island, but Water Island is very small. Look at this. This is a 12 by 12 pitch with ICF. It can be done. It was done, actually. Okay, so next. This is in St. Thomas. St. Croix, there was a house after the hurricane. Octagonal house. The lady wanted to do that. That's a pitch roof in St. Thomas, St. Croix, I'm sorry. Continue. This is, dale para atrás. This is before and this is after. You see how it looks in the inside with the base coat? Beautiful. This is the one that you probably saw in the video. The Senator Blyden. This is the house. Next. This is another house that was done simultaneously with that one. And the owner built this house himself. And we trained him. He did a very, very, very good job. He did a pool too. He did the pool and he finished the pool himself. Next. St. Croix. This is a big house. And the latest house that we did, that is being done right now is this one. Since St. Croix is currently in construction. Okay, this is what we do. Thank you for staying so long. I appreciate your patience. Do you have any questions? Mike.
Yes, you do. Listening. Everything that you shared with us today, do you have a website that we can go to get all the information in order to speak to your contractor about it in more details?
You can send me an email or I will send you a brochure that has all the information about the products. If you want to see pictures of the projects, you can go to the social media. There's a lot more pictures than what I show you here. Yes. Any other question?
I think it was Maria that hit Puerto Rico, right?
It hit us, yes.
Yes. Well, we had both. The homes that you had constructed, how did they do with Maria? Yes.
Absolutely nothing happened. We had Maria in Puerto Rico. We had Irma and Maria that hit St. John.
Yes.
And we had Irma that hit Virgin Gorda. Absolutely nothing happened. Intact.
And then my second question is, Luis, he is for the Virgin Islands?
He's registered here.
Oh, okay.
He's licensed in the Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico as well. So whenever he put a stamp, it's ready for the PNR.
So when we contact you to help us with a project, he will help to engineer?
Yes, without a doubt. Any other questions? Please ask questions. Sí.
Yes. Have you used your system to construct cisterns? And if you have, is it required or recommended that the inside foam be removed from the cistern?
Absolutely not. That's why we have the finishing for the pools and cisterns, because you don't have to take the foam out. that will be
Counterproductive.
all the savings that you had with forming is going away. So we have a solution to finish the cisterns and waterproof it, and it will not leak. Believe me, it works very well. And it's like any typical cistern waterproofing. It lasts 12 years. You know, in the cistern it will last more than that. In the pool it lasts about 11 years. In the cistern it will last about 20 years without doing a recoating.
You have to seal your ICF cistern just the same as you're sealing your regular cistern. So you're going to have that layer of protection all the same.
With a special product. Yeah. Yes. I have a question, this lady here.
You talked about being able to build a deck out. Like a suspension cantilever. Yes. So you have the forms that you can do that without needing columns coming up from the bottom to support it.
How far you want to go cantilever?
About 8 feet.
No problem. We can do it. Luis will design it. We have done so far. We have done the largest one we have done right now is 13 feet without columns. We have a very good engineer. What can I tell you?
Do we have any other questions?
Yes.
This way. There you go.
So the first question I wanted to ask you, regarding fences.
Regarding?
Fences. If I wanted to build a fence on the outside of my house, am I required to purchase a certain amount of foam to do that before? In other words, is there a minimum amount that you've got to purchase in order to do business with your company?
No.
So if I wanted to do a fence around my house, the second question is concrete, I have to put concrete in the middle of the foam?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a form for concrete. So, okay, what if, in that case, I would do an evaluation of cost, okay? Because if you're going to order a very small amount, we got to ship it. We got to bring it from Georgia. You know? So with the shipping, when we bring a container, we consolidate, then that's cost effective. But if you're going to bring, I can bring in pallets, but it's not the same. It's better to bring a container. I can bring a 20-foot container. But we need to evaluate the cost and what you need to do. And basically, bring us the situation, we'll tell you. I mean, if you're better off doing it in concrete, we're going to tell you. But if you want to do it in ICF, we will facilitate that.
Right. So the second question I want to ask you right quick. The DPNR here on the island, they're familiar with this material that if you come there trying to get a permit to do this, it would be clear sailing getting that done?
We already have done 28 projects, and they know us very well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we head out, I just want to say a special thank you to you for attending today, sticking with us through the entire day, hanging out, listening to everything that everyone had to say. And we're hoping that you're going to use this information. You're going to tell a friend to tell a friend so that everyone can learn that building can be affordable and that there are lots of different innovative ways to build. Okay? I do want to mention the sponsors before we go because, again, without them, it would not be possible. This morning, breakfast was made by La Fabrice, which is located in Niski Center, that adorable little cafe. They came through and they did a wonderful job. It was tasty. And again, Premier Catering for lunch. All nice Virgin Islanders, local businesses we love to support. We want to thank Vitar, IBTS, Caribbean ICF Solutions, CRM Residential, Jackson Development, DPNR, AARP, Estate Shield, the Department of Tourism, VIHFA, VIHA, Back It Ups, Cat 5 Builders, AC Development, World Home Islands, VI Lottery, WTJX, and the legislature. The legislature. We want to thank the media team at the legislature. They came yesterday, set up, and they were ready for business. We also want to thank the maintenance team at the legislature for trucking all these chairs in here to make sure there was extra seating this year to accommodate all the people that came by today. Oh, yes. And we want to thank UVI Cell, Dr. McGrath, for allowing us to utilize the restaurant today. That was a wonderful addition to the event, allowing us to have that space. And the UVI Innovation Center. They allow us to come through. We take all of their rooms to do what we need to do. But they're really sweet about it, and they're helpful, and they give us good rates so that we can bring this program to you in an affordable way. And Amos Francis, who works here, he is a young Virgin Islander. He understands the vision, and he works really hard handling all of our crazy requests and making sure that you are also very accommodated. We want to thank him as well. I want to thank Senator Blyden. Before he gets on the mic, because I will say this, from the moment I got into his office a few years back, he's been talking about this housing summit, and I've been dreading this housing summit. Truthfully, because I know what it takes to put on an event like this, but he's been very persistent. And you know, he's very passionate about creating affordable avenues for our people. Every day, all day. And I don't know what it is about him, but when he has a vision, a dream, a goal, it becomes your vision, your dream, your goal. And so I have not slept yet. And I will sleep when the vision, dream, and goal is completed this year. And we have brought all the information to you guys on both islands. And this year, I'm very happy about the fact that we got live recording.
Yeah.
That was really, really awesome of the legislature to accommodate us in that way. And for WTJX to jump in such a huge way to record and broadcast on a whole nother platform as well. So I just want to say thank you for always pushing us to be great and to bring greatness. And just, you know, take the Virgin Islands in another step forward. So we appreciate you, and we thank you for the vision and not giving up.
Well, thank you for that, Shani. But as I always say, it's not about me. It's about a mission and a vision. And I want to thank you and my team personally for the hard work and the dedication and seeing that vision and understanding what it means. Because you are affected also. You've been trying to get a house for how long? And it's not just, it's not a salary. It's not a credit score. It's a price point. It's an access to the funding. And many Virgin Islanders are in the same predicament you're in, and that's why you're so passionate in terms of accomplishing this goal. And it's very important that we all work together to assure that our young people don't continue to leave the Virgin Islands because they can't stay here. That's unacceptable in my opinion. And I'm going to do what I can, along with my colleagues, to assure that we make home ownership a dream, a reality for many of our people. So I want to thank you for being here, for taking the information, running with it, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, share the information, because it's not difficult. I believe it's attainable, but it's how we get there. And I want to thank all of the partners for buying into this vision and this dream of home ownership opportunities at an affordable price. Again, thank you so much. St. Croix, we come in for you. And thank you for being here. Thank you. Everybody stay blessed.